In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company today. It is a little bit, I'm going to be honest, it's a little bit miserable out there, isn't it? A little bit grey, a little bit wet. Our producer Kat wore her flip-flops. I think we can all blame Kat. Do email in. I did wear shorts over the weekend, and that was quite appropriate. It was lovely and sunny. Kat puts on her flip-flops and there's a downpour. Yeah, thanks for that, Kat. Really appreciate that. But anyway, it's just an excuse for me to stay in and do some sewing, and I hope it is for you too. So stay with me. Let's enjoy the morning together here on Sewing Street. Let's start with our early bird. I am so excited about this. Now he looks familiar. It's Patrick Grant. And Esme Young. This is our early bird. I don't know about you, but I'm super excited about the Sewing Bee being back on. I can't believe that this week is week 3 already. Already said goodbye to 2 sewers, of course, which is always a shame, but just loving it, and I hope you are too. I'm currently wearing shoes that I made myself. But I probably would if I could. But our early bird today is the Sewing Bee, the brand new Sewing Bee book. It's called The Modern Wardrobe. A rather handsome pair on the front. Honestly, look at those two. Patrick Grant and Esme Young there on the front. And actually, this book was written by Juliet Uzor, who won Series 6 and actually is probably my favourite winner out of all seasons. I was rooting for her right from the very beginning. I thought she was just such a fantastic ambassador for dressmaking. She has written the book, and in this book you're getting 28 projects, and it is a fantastic book. It's always lovely, isn't it, when you open up the front? I remember opening up the front of the very first Sewing Bee book, seeing my chirpy little face inside, and just very inspiring. Little foreword from Patrick and Esme. And then there is Juliet, just a fantastic dressmaker, great ambassador. Now within your book itself, you've got 28 different patterns. And of course there's all the usual explanations, tips and troubleshooting, how to sew sustainably. Love that. Ooh. Loving. Now we've got some lovely linen fabrics on the show today that would be perfect for those paper bag waist trousers. I could get away with those, I'm thinking. I got the legs. Nice trousers too. Super duper, really nice. Some gorgeous projects here. There's a wrap skirt, shirred garments. Oh, I came a bit unstuck with shirring on Series 1, just only because I didn't put enough rows in. It's a rookie area, you see. But in this book, you're fully guided. It's a great technique. It's actually very easy to do. Shirred strappy dress. Now I'm thinking, Cat's flip-flops, that dress. That's summer wardrobe taken care of. Hello, lovely. Wouldn't have to be in that see-through fabric, but I think that looks gorgeous. Looks fabulous on her. Oh, that's really pretty. Working with sheer and semi-sheer fabrics. There's a lot of good stuff in it. The rah-rah skirt now. Come on. Come on. Yeah, the rah-rah skirt. Remember it well. Pleats and darts. Do you know, I'll tell you something I really like about this book already. I'm loving the different shapes and sizes of models and ages of models as well. This is the kind of representation that oh, I like this. I like this very much. Oh, those are nice. That's very Tilly, isn't it? That's a very Tilly skirt. That is that a little coat. Smashing. Now, of course, the price is £26.99, and you're not just getting the book, you're also getting the pattern pack as well, which is, I'm not going to get everything out because you know what it's like when you take paper pattern out of the package. Well, actually, just a little bit I am, because just to show you, look, proper cartridge paper, not tissue, really sturdy, full-size patterns there. I mean, I'm going to still recommend that you trace off. Maybe you've never watched Sewing Bee before. Hello, love, where have you been? But you know, oh look, I've done it, look, I can't get it back. No, I mean, I've done it. I can't get this back in. Just a minute, I knew this would happen. I knew it. Why didn't someone stop me? But £26.99, but not today, because this is our early bird. So we're going to crash that price. Let's go under £20. And if you get the one with the mangled pattern, that's the one I touched. So I'll sign it. Oh no, look, I've got it back in. There we go. Hurrah, hurrah, I've redeemed myself. £19.99. You've got 28 patterns, you've got all your tips and tricks, you've got all your know-how, you've got all that expert advice from Juliet. You've also got, oh, I'm going to give it up as a bad job. There we go. 71 pence per pattern. 71 pence per pattern, and seriously, there's no way you could get a single pattern for 71 pence. Absolutely amazing. This is the brand new book. Absolutely gorgeous. We've got Sarah, the new presenter. Oh, that's lovely. Very classic. Shell top. Nice PJs. I do love a PJ. Do love a PJ. Eye masks, very good. Women's PJs as well, I think. Let's have a look. Gorgeous. So many different techniques in the book. Oh, those are gorgeous. Look at those. Now, we have got some beautiful extra wide backing fabric coming up that would be so good for those pyjamas. Am I allowed to say that? Mag. I say, it's very high bum. You're wearing it wrong, love. Is that where the cool kids wear it? Oh, I gotcha. Well, I would just, oh, that's nice. I like that. Do you know, I can't watch Sewing Bee tonight because I tell you for why. Because I'm going out for dinner with Pauline Wheeler. The Pauline, the P. Diddley. Oh, I love that. That is absolutely gorgeous. Now, that worn over trousers, I'm not sure about wearing it as a dress. Looks a little high to me, but that worn over a pair of trousers or something like that, I think would be amazing. Or you could even extend it, couldn't you, and make it into a longer dress. Wow, 71 pence per pattern. Absolutely fantastic. It's back in stock. It's our early bird today. It should be £26.99, but today all you're going to pay is £19.99 for the book and the pattern pack together. £19.99. I think that's an amazing price. Absolutely fantastic. And full-size patterns. I still recommend that you trace them off so that you've got individual patterns. Size-wise, well, I'm gonna guess that it's a good size range. So standard ready to wear, it's going from 8 to 22 in the front. And I'm just going to check the pattern. Yeah, 8 to 22. An 8 to a 22. So that's a pretty decent size range, that, isn't it? And I'm just going to check that it's every pattern. Obviously where it's relevant. Yep, 8 to 22. Awesome. Awesome. Really good mix that. Let me just check those men's pyjamas. I think it's very, very inspiring, this. And it's a beautiful looking book as well. Really nice quality photography. Lovely kind of almost matte finish. Yeah, those pyjamas are cool, aren't they? They go from a small up to a double XL. 51¼ inch chest. So that's an impressive chest, isn't it? 51¼ inch. Don't miss off the quarter. Oh, I feel like I should just expand my chest. My chest is getting narrower though. That's a good thing, right? I'm smallening myself. Smallening. I am. Reducing. Oh, is that a bit of recycling there? The quilted jacket. Oh, I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. Using scraps of... Fabulous. We've had a question. What's the bust size on the 22? 54-inch bust. 54-inch bust. Oh, sorry. Do you know it hasn't come on? Let me just try again. I want to read the messages. Thank you. Smashing. Yes, I want to hear what you're all doing this morning. Please. Are you working on your sewing? Are you excited about tonight's sewing bee? I think it might be patchwork tonight. Yeah, patchwork jacket. That would be good. We like that. We like that. Absolutely fab. Well, don't forget to get your book while you can. It's £19.99, and that is for the book and the pattern pack. Absolutely amazing value. Less than 75 pence per pattern. Just terrific. Now, let's do a few hellos. Hello, hello. Gosh, lots of messages. Thank you. Jill's message. Oh, damp here in South Devon. Morning, Stuart and Posse. Yeah, I'm here with my posse. Sarah's got in touch. Good morning. What a lovely surprise to see you, Stuart, on my rare ability to watch. Sarah, I'll try not to mess it up for you. I'll do my very best. Tina, beautiful here in Rhodes. All right, lovely. That sounds good. Stuart, you look gorgeous. Thank you. That's very kind. Oh, Rhodes sounds gorgeous. Claire's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart, and all. Very grey and wet in Silverstone. Just stay in, do something lovely. Chantel, morning. What sizes are the patterns, please? 8 to 22. Men's go up to a double XL. Morning, Stuart, from Patricia. Love you from Blackpool. Morning in Blackpool. Good morning all from Carol. Chantel says, can I be cheeky and ask what bust size the 22 is, please? We've done that. Good. Thank you so much. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you all for getting in touch. I've had a message from Georgina who's in Kent. Good morning, Stuart. I'm watching you while working from home. Don't tell my boss. We won't say a word. So, whatever happens on Sewing Street stays on Sewing Street. Lips are sealed. Lips are sealed. Now tomorrow we've got a bit of a day of dressmaking. We've got Fiona Hesford from Sew Girl. She's got a brand new pattern, which I'm super excited about, and also gorgeous, gorgeous bag pattern as well in African waxed print cotton. Love it, absolutely love it. A message from Sandy. Good morning. All fantastic book. What would you use to trace the patterns off? Looking great, Guy. Thank you, Sandy. Loving it. Okay, so I would get dressmaker's tissue paper. Burda do a pack of about 4 or 5 massive sheets, trace it off onto them. Or my absolute favourite for tracing dressmaking patterns is freezer paper, particularly if I think I'm going to use them more than once. We have got freezer paper on the hour. If you need larger sheets, then tape it together, use Scotch tape, trace it on. The benefit of tracing it onto freezer paper is you can see through nice and easily. You can then iron it to the fabric rather than having to pin or weigh it down and cut round it. Super easy. It peels off, doesn't leave a residue, and then you can reuse your paper pattern. Very, very good for doing that. So yeah, freezer paper I think would be my recommendation. Okay, let's move on. Menu. Let's do the menu. Here it is. Okay, so 8 a.m. It's tools back in stock. 9 o'clock, we're doing Korean patchwork quilting with Cara Ackerman. Very excited. Lots of you have been checking out your book, Korean Patchwork. This is Bogagi. Bogagi. Yeah, I think. Bojagi. Absolutely so cool. I think I've pronounced it correctly. I haven't got the book in front of me, but yeah, it's ever so interesting. Really love that. At 10 a.m. we've got bag making supplies. Lots of gorgeous fabrics there, some cork, some tapestry fabrics. We've got some interfacings. At 11 o'clock, Cara's back with the tomato pincushion and tote bag. So we've got the gorgeous pincushion style apron from Alison Marion, and then also a gorgeous tote bag. Loving that. That's reversible too. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got Liberty and designer fabrics. So a gorgeous morning of loveliness. You can shop the whole day, of course, on the website. Just head on over to our website, www.sewingstreet.com, and then click on Watch Live. You can watch us live right there. And then once you get there, if you scroll down, you'll see our early bird. It's the Sewing Bee book. Get yours while you can. You can send us a little message on through Facebook too. And then pre-order, you can see everything there that's going to play throughout the whole morning. Got some great tools, some great new Clover rotary cutters actually. Friction pens are back in stock. What's sold out? No, the wash away quilters tape. Do you know, I was getting very excited about that and it's gone already. Freezer paper. I'm going to be talking you through how to use that in a second. Oh, hello. Korean patchwork quilting. This is beautiful. A bit different. It's got a look of improv quilting about it, hasn't it? Modern quilting. I think this is going to be really popular. Some amazing bundles. These are linens to use for patchwork. Look at that colour palette. Cara and I have been getting very excited about that. We've also got linens by the half metre, so if you've gone for the Sewing Bee Modern Wardrobe book and you're thinking, yeah, I want to make those paper bag waist trousers or shorts in linen, grab yourself some linen while we've got it on air. Amazing price. Then in our bag making hour, we've got things like PU, cork, we've got PU, H630, we've got scissors, lots of calico and tapestry fabrics as well. So great range. We've got a few books as well on that hour. And then moving on to the Alison Marion wrap apron, tomato pincushion sort of adaptation. We've also got the reversible tote bag there as well. Have a look. And then going through into our final hour, which is all the gorgeous designer fabrics. Tim Holtz there. We've got worn croc back in stock. We've also got some Cafe. We've got extra wide backings. I should just mention as well, while we're just here, our prize for today. So remember, every single day in May, to celebrate Jewellery Maker's 12th birthday, we are giving a prize every single day, a little spot prize, shop and save. Now literally all you've got to do is shop with us today, and every time you check out, you'll be entered into a prize draw to win our day's prize. Today it happens to be this amazing bag of buttons. Now we've got all different kinds of shapes and sizes. This will be the actual bag. Do love a bag of buttons. I say shapes and sizes, they're actually all round, so I lied, sorry. But really, really useful, gorgeous bright colours, so many things you can do with a button. We ain't got time to talk about that now, but you know, we could do another time. Oh, Anne just got in touch saying, morning, I'm going to be practicing with my Moxie again today. We're not best friends yet. Oh, you'll get there. Persevere. You will be. Trudy's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart and team. I'm at work watching you all. Sending you all my love. Have a great show. Thank you, darling. That's lovely. Oh, now, I mentioned freezer paper. It's back in stock. Freezer paper is one of my absolute hero products. You hear me say this about a few things, hero products, but I've only got a few. Freezer paper is definitely in my top 5. Now, freezer paper, if you've never used it before, it's American. It's actually sold and used for wrapping meat. It's kind of a cartridge paper. on one side, and then on the underside you've got a kind of wax finish. Okay, you might just see it very slightly shiny wax finish. A very smart quilter, who knows who they were, realised that actually this could be really useful to sewers in so many different ways. I've already talked about how you might use it for tracing dressmaking patterns. So trace it on the cartridge paper side, and actually it's really easy to see through. If I just lay it over the top of this page, and you can see very, very clearly to trace through. Yeah, super easy to trace through, and then cut it out. You can tape the sheets together if you need to, and then this waxy finish, if you lay this on top of your fabric and then use your iron and just iron on this side, that waxy finish will stick to your fabric. Now when you peel it off, it doesn't leave any residue at all, it doesn't leave any marks, and then you can reuse that paper probably 6 to 8 times on different fabrics. So imagine if you cut your pyjama bottoms pattern out of this, you could make yourself maybe 8 pyjama bottoms, okay, with one pattern, no marking, no pinning the pattern to your fabric, no weighing it down, and it won't move, slip or slide. Now another way I like to use it is for English piecing over paper. So for example, let me just grab, I've got a bit of fabric. If anybody actually has ever used freezer paper for wrapping meat, could you let us know, because I've never met anybody. So if you were doing English piecing over paper, okay, 2 different ways you could use this. Either iron the, and that's all it takes, is just a quick, yeah, and that's stuck down, yeah, that's stuck down. And you don't want to really sort of hammer it into the fabric, because it'll last longer. No. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add my seam allowance, okay, just by eye. Actually, I just need to iron that on a bit better than that. There we go. Right, that's ironed on now. Right, so then if you were going to stitch this down, so you don't have to start pinning it, you can fold it over and just tack around. You can use your glue stick to go around it instead if you prefer. So for preparing your English paper piecing shapes, very quick and easy. You can also, if you prefer, little dab of glue on that side. Okay, and then rather than pinning or basting, you can actually fold your shape over and you can iron the seam allowance down. So rather than using glue, look how easy and quick that is. Yeah, nothing on the iron. Okay, so we'll just fold that over like that, and now we've got our shape all prepared and ready to stitch. Okay, so quick and easy. You can also prepare applique shapes like that. Julia's been in touch to say I'm currently using freezer paper, using it to adhere my cutout letters to a birthday banner I'm making. Love it. Yeah, really cool, really smart idea that. So for example, if you wanted to do a circle applique, again, just adhering it to the fabric to cut the fabric out. So we're not having to mark around a template, okay, which is going to speed us up significantly. So I'm just trimming around now. Now, for example, well done if you've got this in your basket, by the way, and lots of you are buying multiples. You never want to run out of freezer paper. It's that kind of hero product. So for your applique circle, now different ways. If you were going to do needle turn applique, okay, needle turn applique, what you would do, there's 2 different ways. So you can either put the freezer paper on the back, okay, and then when you lay this down on your fabric to applique, okay, what you're then going to do is you're going to turn. Can you see how, because I've got paper, wait a minute, let me just pick that up and tuck that under. I'm using a pin and it's not quite the same. You've actually got an edge that you're turning to. Okay, so then I can sweep the next bit under. I can sweep the next bit under. And what I'm doing is I'm always turning to that paper. Now, another way that you can use the freezer paper for applique is with the freezer paper on top. So again, instead of marking the template, so now we're going to needle turn up to that edge. And then once we've stitched that down, we can needle turn the next part and stitch up. But when you are needle turning, remember you should only be turning about 1/8 of an inch. 1/4 of an inch is too much to try and sweep under. You're just sweeping a little bit under. Okay, but once you're done then, it just comes straight off. No damage to the fabric at all, no residue whatsoever. A message from Jennifer. Morning everyone. Never tried wrapping meat, but it does a really good job with cheese. That's a fantastic tip. Yeah, in the fridge too. Wrap your cheese in it. Very good suggestion, thank you. Now, another way that I like to use freezer paper is to create quilting motifs. So, for example, if you wanted to quilt hearts on your quilt, let me just grab, I'm just going to grab a little bit of paper. Oh, Fiona wraps her meat in it. Fab. Well, that's what it's meant for, isn't it, really? Okay, so you might trace this from a book. You might have a heart shape in a book. I'm just going to draw it. So I've folded a piece of paper in half. And then I'm just going to cut out a heart. Okay, you could do snowflakes, couldn't you? Okay, let's see. Oh, that's not a bad heart, is it? That's a nice heart. That's a nice heart. So what you would do, excuse me, what you would do then is you would layer up your quilt and maybe 505'd it together, okay? And then let's say right in the center of your square, center of a star block, you want to quilt a heart. So pop your template down, iron it in place, absolutely fine on your quilt. Then free motion or walking foot, stitch, use the edge of the paper as your guide, stitch your heart, peel your heart off, quilting left behind, no residue, go on to the next block, iron that heart back down and quilt and keep going. You could even put your heart there, vermicelli, wiggle, put your heart down in another kind of more random position, stitch up to it, you know, make several of these templates, then vermicelli away, put down your heart. Do you know what I mean? So could be stars, could be circles, could be a name, could be a handprint. So much you can do. If you want to make your own applique templates, again, you can just fold. This is what I do all the time when I'm designing. If I want a leaf for an applique, I'll just fold the paper in half and cut out whatever shape I want. And then when I've done it, there's my leaf for my applique. Yeah. So I've got my applique template. I can then iron that, use it 6 to 8 times to cut out my fabric. It's so much faster than trying to draw around a template or pin a template or anything else. Absolutely superb stuff. So excited this is back in stock. Lots and lots of you buying multiples. If it is in your basket, please check out. A message from Kim. Good morning, Stuart, looking handsome as ever. Oh, thank you. Catch my blushes. My local butcher has used freezer paper instead of plastic for a few years now. Love, Kim, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. You have to ask him for a bit. Love it. Yeah, you should say, do you know what else you can use it for? Make your butcher into a quilt. Your butcher might be a quilter for all we know. Absolutely brilliant. Freezer paper is back in stock. Keep going through for that, won't you? Now then, this next item I'm going to show you, we really don't think we were supposed to have today, but sorry, Hayley, if you're watching, but we couldn't resist. Now, I've never seen the large size can. I was going to say, am I hiding behind? Can you see me behind the can? I've never seen the large can on air. We normally sell the 250ml. This is the 500ml can of Odif 505 spray. Now, again, this is another of my hero products because I don't know about you, but I haven't got the time or the wherewithal or the will to put 500 curved safety pins into a quilt before I can start quilting it. And equally, I haven't then got the will, the wherewithal or the energy to take those 500 pins out as I'm quilting. I want a quilt sandwich that I can just put into the machine and sew in all directions, nothing in my way. Now, sometimes I use an interfacing, which is a sew-in, which I want to fuse in. Sometimes I use a Bosel in-arm form, which is a sew-in. Sometimes that's the one I can get. Your 505 spray instantly will bond the fabric, temporary bond to interfacing, to Decaville, to in-arm form, to foam core, to H640 or H630. I mean, those interfacings are only fusible on one side. So if you want to fuse something to the other side, let's say, for example, you're going to use H640 or H630 for a wall hanging, yes, fuse your quilt top to one side, but then you want to be able to fuse the other side. So 505, if you've never used it before, all you're going to do is put your quilt batting down first of all, then put your top over your batting. Make sure you've got about 2 inches spare on all sides of batting. And then you want to fold back half of your fabric to reveal the batting. Grab your can of 505, work in a well-ventilated space. During the spring, summer, I like to take things outdoors to do if I can, but open the window, you know. And then you want to spray as if you're using hairspray. So it's about this sort of distance, 12 to 15 inches. Don't use it on your hair, obviously. I don't need to say that, Kat. Okay, use it like you would, 12 to 15 inches. So 12 to 15 inches from the surface, so not down here. Okay, that's one of the mistakes people make when they're using 505, spraying too close and you get little wet spots. You want a nice, light, even spray, so this kind of spray, so you've just got a film, a light film on your batting, and then smooth the quilt batting back. It's colourless, it's odourless, it's not going to change the fabric at all. It's going to hold your layers together until you wash the quilt. Okay, or the bag or whatever. Okay, so if you end up spending a lot of time quilting your quilt, that's fine, it's going to still hold together. Little shout out to Michelle. Morning, everybody. I'm watching this from my hospital bed. My operation went well, still in lots of pain, but can't miss my Sewing Street show. Michelle, we are all of us sending you mwah, big kiss, big love, and I hope you get better soon. Really hope you get better soon. Fiona's messaged in as well to ask how Mummy Hillard is. She's doing well, thank you. Mum broke her leg at the weekend. Poor lamb. And she's in hospital at the moment, but being wonderfully looked after by all the doctors and nurses and care staff. So thank you to them. And big love to Mum. They should be watching. They should be watching. Oh yeah, they should be watching. If my mum's got anything to do with it, everybody will be watching. Oh, bless you. Bless you. Yeah, morning, Mum. First time we've ever had the 500ml 505 spray. This is something to get into your stash, and actually, seriously, I would encourage you to multi-buy this. Get a couple. The 250 comes in and then goes out of stock so quickly, and when you're ready to quilt a quilt, you don't want having to wait for a can of 505 holding you back, and you certainly don't want to have to resort to pinning. Now our 250ml, I think is it about 750? It's about 750, I think. £7.99. Okay, so you're actually making a good saving there, aren't you? Less than £14 for that 505 500ml can. First time ever, make sure you check it out. That's fab. Can we... Oh, a message from Jill. Hello, lovely Stuart. I'm watching you and piecing scraps for a Fiona Hesford hat, inspired by you to use patchwork for it. Jill, I think that's a fab idea. What kind of fabrics? We need to see. Send us pics, please. Enjoy that. Enjoy that. Sounds good. Okay, next up we're going to have some rotary cutters. Now, I'm a big fan of Clover patchwork and quilting products. I have always enjoyed using Clover. For me, they've always been kind of, Rolls-Royce of patchwork and quilting. Their flower head pins are beautiful. Their notions are just beautifully designed, beautifully made, great quality. I've been using my Clover rotary cutter, and I'd absolutely love it. And here it is, here's mine, out of my caddy, yeah, take it with me everywhere I go. Just fantastic. I do like to change my blade regularly, and that's something a lot of us don't do enough of. It's a bit like changing the needle in our sewing machines. Every 6 to 8 hours for that needle. And your rotary cutter blade, I'm not going to give you a time scale because it depends how much you're using it. But if you're starting to get missed cuts, skipped threads, if you feel like you're having to put more pressure than you used to have to put in order to cut through, it's time to change your blade. Do that regularly, you'll get much more accurate cutting. Now, if you want a set of 3 rotary cutting blades for 45mm, okay, these are standard. These are £8.99. These are from So Easy. You get 3 blades in that set. That's going to last most of us at least a year, isn't it? And might encourage you to change the blades. See how you get on. See if it makes a difference to your cutting, your ease of cutting and your accuracy. However, if you want to combine rotary cutter and set of 3 blades, we're doing a little saving. Oh gosh, that's an amazing price, £19.99 for the cutter with a blade already in, and then 3 extra blades. Superb. This is a very comfortable rotary cutter. Actually, I've absolutely loved working with it. Feels great in your hand. Normally I go for the trigger style rotary cutters, but this one actually is very comfy, and it just cuts like a hot knife through butter. Fab. Just don't forget when you're using it, you've got that safety guard. You pull this back to expose the blade. Just don't forget, don't ever put it down with the blade out. Always, if you get into that habit of cut and shut, I just remind myself that, because you don't want it left on the table. So £19.99 for that combo, £8.99 for the blades on their own. Are we doing the rotary cutter on its own? We're doing the rotary cutter on its own just to show you that price saving, £12.99 for that. It is a fantastic rotary cutter, and that's a brilliant price, isn't it? £12.99 for a rotary cutter. Not just any rotary cutter, but one from Clover. Rolls-Royce. Now, just to be clear, the blades that go in rotary cutters are standard. So any 45mm rotary cutting blade will go in your Clover. If you've got an Alpha rotary cutter at home, these blades will fit. As long as they're 45, it's a 45mm rotary cutter, they'll fit. Doesn't matter if it's this straight handle or the ergonomic trigger. Now you can use this rotary cutter left or right-handed. It's a really simple job. You just unscrew here and then just flip the guard around to create left-handed. Instructions are on the back for left or right. It's super easy to do. I would get the bundle if I was you, because that is the best saving, and also it will encourage you to change your blade regularly. You know, the one thing that is just awful, and I see it ever such a lot, and I'll be honest, I've done it once or twice, is fabric spaghetti. Have you ever made fabric spaghetti? Yeah, where you cut and it doesn't quite go through, and you saw back and forth. Have you seen anybody at Quilt Club doing that? I'll get through it eventually, and you end up with all this fluff and fabric spaghetti on the table in little stringy bits, and you think, oh, that'll do. But we know it's not ideal really, and it does hold you back then when you're sewing things together. They're not the right size and shape. Use a good rotary cutter, use a new sharp blade, and your patchwork and quilting will improve. They're also, of course, perfect for dressmaking. A lot of dressmakers now are rotary cutting around their shapes. Combine that with your freezer paper, ironed to your fabric, and you're going to be streets ahead. Fabulous. Lovely message from Punham, wishing Mama Hillard a very speedy recovery. Thank you so much, Punham. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. She's a fighter. She's a fighter. Now, let's do 28mm next. So straight in with a bundle here. So you've got the 28mm rotary cutter. You've also got a pack with 2 spare blades for $13.99. Now these are Clover blades, Clover rotary cutter. Again, really neat. Feels great in your hand. 28mm, fantastic if you're cutting out using curved templates. Okay, so things like circle templates, robbing Peter to pay Paul. If you've got a double wedding ring template set, a 28mm cutter is going to be really useful. If you're going to do some freehand cutting, maybe some improv quilting, 28mm really useful for that as well. Also, if you've got, if you're doing things like chenille, if you've got the slash cutter, okay, that takes 28mm blades. So this bundle, you'll already know how useful it is to have a slash cutter. This is the same size blade, so your pack of blades is going to fit both of those cutters. Really, really good deal, that 28mm cutter and blades. You can get those separately if you want, but the best value comes buying them together. Now we've also got the wee diddy one, very cute. This is the 18mm, and this is recommended for cutting delicate small pieces, tight curves. You've got real control while you're cutting with a blade like this because it's really, really small. Obviously it's going to be slower to do your cuts. You wouldn't want to try cutting out a whole quilt using this, but it is really, really good for precision cutting. Very good for that. So you've got your cutter. You've also got 2 blades in there, 2 spare blades, all boxed up. Make a saving on that. Now, when I'm getting rid of my blades, what I tend to do is I keep these little boxes that the blades come in, and I will put them in there to dispose of them safely. Or the other thing that I will do is to actually sort of make a bit of a cardboard sleeve, and then the blade goes inside. I cover it with thick tape, and then when I've finished sort of changing my blades, I'll then tape that up really securely and dispose of it. A message from Alicia, who says, would it be possible to get pins with letters and numbers on the head to help with the cutting out process? Love to Mummy Hillard. Thank you, Alicia. I love that idea. Yeah. So for example, when you're pinning like patch A and patch B and things like that, I did see something years ago that was like little plastic squares that had a hole in them, and what you did, and that had like A, B, C, or letters or numbers, something like that. And you could do that for labeling rows, and you just put a pin through the hole into the fabric to label rows and things like that. So there are some things out there that are similar. Good suggestion. A message from Pauline, who says, missed the beginning. What's the shop to win, please? I have it right here. It is a huge bag of buttons, all different colours, all different sizes, but all rather bright and gorgeous. All you've got to do is shop today. Every time you check out, you'll be entered into our prize draw to win that big bag of buttons. And then I want to see what you do with them. Now then, next up we've got H630. Now H630 is a thinner, lighter weight version of H640, which we know and love very much here at Sewing Street. Brilliant for things like bag making, purses, also things like if you want to do quilted clothing but you just want light padding. So width-wise, I don't want to tell you the wrong thing, but it's probably about 1 mil wide, 1.5 mil. Oh, we've got the information. But fusible on one side, just like H640. It's a polyester batting. So it's a volume fleece, but it is thinner than H640. So like I say, if you're making things like small bags and purses, or you want to make a tote bag that just has a little substance to it, a little extra oomph, and you know, you could put just ordinary Vilene on, but that will still very much feel like fabric. Whereas if you want a very slight bit of padding, this is perfect, okay? It's only slightly thinner than H640, but it's £3 a metre cheaper. Now this is pre-cut, 1 metre by 90 centimetre pieces, 90 centimetres wide. You get a metre for £6.99. If you buy multiples, they will come pre-cut. Oh, Fiona has messaged in. This is a good message. I changed my rotary blade the other day when I was making Jubilee bunting. I didn't realise how blunt the blade had become. You don't realise until you change it, and then you think, why have I been struggling? I wondered why my shoulder hurt, my hands hurt, why it was taking so long, while I made so many miscuts. Honestly, change your blade. You'll be amazed. It's like changing your needle or cleaning out your sewing machine. You suddenly think, why didn't I do this last week? H630, give that a go. Give that a go if you've never used it before. Super. Now then, seam guides for 1/2 and 1/4 square triangles. Now we had a message earlier on from Chris. I'm just looking for the other one. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Good morning, Stuart. I'm planning on doing a bit more practice on 1/2 square triangles. No idea what for, but practice makes perfect. Oh my goodness, Chris. I love you. I love you. You're absolutely right, and it's true. If you follow me on social media, you'll see I've been making a gazillion 1/4 square triangles for a project that's coming up. Let me just show you what you do with these. These are a great tool if you mark your seam lines. And if you've not been getting the accuracy that you would like from 1/2 square triangles, then I want you to try this tool and try this method, because I think you might like it. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut out a little, I'm just going to cut out a 4-inch square. Super useful, these, you know, and it's one of those little tools that if you've never used one before, you might wonder what the fuss is about and why would I. But once you've used one, you'll realise just how useful they are. Okay, so what you're going to do, I've got one of my squares cut out. I'm going to grab a friction pen as well. We've got these on the show today as well. It made me feel so smart earlier on when I knew how to click this. Yeah. So what you're going to do, if you're making 1/2 square triangles, you know, normally what we do is lay down the ruler, corner to corner, mark the centre line, and then we sew on our sewing machine 1/4 inch either side of it. Well, what Creative Grids have done is they've created a guide. So what you do with this is you lay it down so that the slot that runs down the middle runs from corner to corner, and then you don't need to mark that slot. What you're going to mark is either side of the ruler. Now you've still got your non-slip grip throughout the ruler. Don't use a rotary cutter, it's not for cutting, it's only for marking. If you have got the multi-mat, I would use the sandpaper board for this bit. But what we've actually got on here now are our sewing lines. Now if you sew on those lines, okay, rather than sort of guessing where they are or using your foot as a guide, you know that you will be completely accurate. So you'll layer this up, you'll sew on both of those lines, and then you will cut through the centre. Just line your ruler at corner to corner and cut through the centre, and you'll have perfect half square triangles. Now we've got two different sizes. 15-inch, very, very versatile, because you can do a 10-inch, up to about a 10-inch half square triangle using this and get corner to corner. We've got the smaller size as well. This is is it the 9-inch? Yeah. It's a pound less, but we'll only do up to about a 6-inch. I think it's about a 6-inch, yeah. Personally, I'd go for the 15-inch. It's going to be more versatile. And if you're doing quarter square triangles, then once you've cut that or stitched through that, you can then layer that up on top of another set, mark the other diagonal and sew and cut, and you'll have quarter square triangles. Now then, when everyone's checked out their baskets, we'll only have 5 of these left. So if you want to get your Creative Grid Seam Guide 15-inch, make sure you check out your basket. A message from Chris. I have the tool and friction pens. I was using them both while practicing. Oh, well done, Chris. Perfect. Perfect. It's little tweaks as well, little tweaks. So things like using a finer needle, finer thread. Make sure that you're pressing really accurately as well. Don't distort or pull out of shape. But if you practice and you get it right, you can make really accurate quarter square and half square triangles, and no need to trim them at the end. Now remember, Creative Grids are quilters. They're designing for quilters. They really know what they're talking about. They're great quality, really precise. Tools that actually solve a problem. Yeah, they solve a problem. Keep checking that out. It has almost sold out. Now then, clicky friction pens. Clicky friction pens. Now, these are back in stock. This is a pack of 4. And what you get here is black, blue, red and green. Now friction pens have been around for a few years now. They're a bit of a quilter's favourite. Lots and lots of quilters absolutely love them. We magpied friction pens from writing, because the original idea with them was you write on paper, okay, and then if you make a mistake, you go in with the sort of rubberized tip and you can rub out the pen, and it's actually the heat, of the friction that makes the inks disappear. And of course it didn't take long for a bright spark to think, well, if heat erases the ink, then if I write on fabric, it might be quilting lines, it might be marking round a template, it could be my diagonal lines for creating half square triangles, okay. I'll mark it, and then when I'm done, I will go over with my iron and they're gone. The marks are gone, okay. So it might be that you're doing something like creating soft toys, cross stitch, embroidery, and you want to mark things like the position of the face that you're going to, ooh, there we go. Do you know, this is still warm. This is still warm. So as I'm drawing, it's disappearing. There we go. Smiley face, hello you. And then when you're done and you've embroidered it, just iron over the top. And it's gone. Now, if it's on something sort of 3-dimensional that you can't iron, or it's in an awkward place, grab a hairdryer. Does the same thing. That was a brilliant tip that one of our brilliant viewers sent in. Was it Holly? Oh, anyway, a brilliant viewer sent that in. Great tip. Clicky tips. So they're not going to dry out if you leave the lid off. We've got red, blue, black and green. And again, it's always a really good idea to test your fabric, okay? Test all your fabrics and test the different colours on different, different colours. Yeah? Don't use them on official documents. Oh, because things could disappear. There we go. Yeah. There we go. All gone. All gone. Brill. You should always test your fabric though. You should always test your fabric, because on certain colours, on certain fabrics, you can get what are called ghost marks, and there you might see it as like a white, almost like a white line, almost like a chalky little line. You just got to test your fabric. There is no perfect marking tool. Pen, pencil, chalk, none of them can be used on everything. So always test. But they are a brilliant tool to have in your toolkit. They're back in stock. They come in a snazzy little case as well. 4 colours, little plastic case, keep them nice and secure. We went so long without having any friction pens in stock at all. It's great to have them back. Just grab them while you can. Now then, we've had a message from Michelle. Good morning, Stuart. Could you tell me the name of that ice lolly fabric, please? I need it in my stash. This is a Riley Blake range, and it's called Rainbow Fruit. Rainbow Fruit. It is absolutely gorgeous. I don't think we've got it in stock anymore, have we? Oh, just a minute. We've got a design roll, we've got a 10-inch charm pack, and we've got a fat quarter pack. Oh, Kat, our lovely producer, just for you, Michelle, is going to put them onto the hour and run them through. So if you go onto the website, you'll be able to find them. There's Kat doing it right now. Look, there she is. Oh, yeah. I bet you're glad you brushed your hair. Yeah, Adam, our director, who did all of that, was diving out of the way so he couldn't be seen. Which is slightly unfair, isn't it? There he is. There he is. Ah, fabulous. All right. Oh, you're welcome, Michelle. No problem. No problem at all. Can we do the seam ripper? The Grim Ripper? Oh, yeah. Well, they are essentials, aren't they? Let's be honest. We need to make friends with our seam ripper. I always think this is the saving grace of sewing, really. I mean, obviously, when you've cut something out, you've cut something out. But when you sew it, most of the time, you have got the option, if you're not happy, of unpicking and having another go. You know, and a seam ripper for that is essential. Now, I'll be honest with you, every time I need my seam ripper, I have to hunt high and low because I can never find it. And that's why having a couple of seam rippers, or even more, is a really useful idea, really smart idea. At £2.99, you can really afford to get a few of these. Have one in your sewing basket, one that you keep maybe in your sewing machine case. They've always got a little pocket, haven't they? Tuck it in there. When you go into your workshop, pop it in your pencil case. Maybe have one in there as well. They're also really useful if you need to do things like get labels out of garments. I bought a lovely shirt the other day and it has got the scratchiest, most awful label in the side, you know, with the buttons on. And I was driving, I was thinking, what is digging into me? And I realised it was that. Grab your seam ripper, take it out. Yes. Absolutely. Also, if you're going to recycle, upcycle, great way of getting the fabric into pieces. Yeah. If you're going to make Juliet Uzor's fabulous, I'm just going to show you again because it's such a cool pattern. Her quilted jacket made out of denim, I think, is beautiful and a really fantastic upcycled project. Here it is. £19.99 this book. Absolutely amazing. It's such a beautiful jacket made out of repurposed jeans. You might go to the charity shop. You might have a few pairs of jeans that are in an assortment of sizes. I'm sort of talking from personal experience now. I could clothe the whole family, trust me, from my wardrobe. You know, maybe it's time to repurpose and make something that you will wear, that you will enjoy. But grab your seam ripper. Oh. Yes, yes. Patchwork and quilted fabrics to make a jacket tonight on Sewing Bee. And I did actually hear a rumour from a very good source that some of my fabrics were in the sewing room this time. So that feels quite nice to know that I had my little presents. Yeah, nice little full circle there, isn't it? I'm back in the sewing room. I must say, says Georgina, my seam ripper is my best friend, lol. Well, it kind of is our best friend though, isn't it? You know, because it gets us out of the mistakes that we've made. The buttonhole that we've put in the wrong place. Actually, you can also use them for cutting buttonholes, of course, can't you? Or for podging a little hole if you need one. Super. Keep going through on that. You're not going to let me do those extra wide backings, are you? I'm just going to say we have got the most incredible extra wide backing fabrics from Moda. I can't begin to tell you how beautiful these are. I wanted to show them. I will show them to you just a little bit later. They're £10.99 per half metre. They are absolutely stunning. They are so silky and soft. We've got to go for a break, but honestly, I couldn't not show them. I'll see you in a couple of minutes and Cara Ackerman will be here and introducing us to Korean patchwork.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com. Or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Hi, morning everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street, or welcome back if you just grabbed a quick break. What have you got yourself? A cup of tea, cup of coffee, something else? Do let me know. I'm really excited about this hour. I love working with Cara. Cara Ackerman's here, everybody. There she is. Hello, you. Wrecking the joint, aren't you, Cara? I'm doing a big build-up here. Come on, work with me.
I'm not ready.
Honestly, the lovely Cara Ackerman, but also because Cara is going to be introducing us to something which I have not seen before. I'm really excited to learn more about Korean patchwork. We've got this amazing book. I mean, I've been having a look through it this morning. It is superb. It is something different. It is traditional Korean quilting, but it looks so modern, so fresh. It is akin to improv quilting. There are elements of improv quilting. There are elements of modern quilting in there too. There are also, it's also very traditional, but there's all sorts of different elements to Korean quilting, which I think you're going to find exciting and different. Now, for a brand new book, a brand new technique, I wouldn't expect to get change out of £20. I think £20 for a quilting book, I mean, even 10 years ago, was £9.99. There you go, £9.99. Some of you buying multiples, lots of you buying this on pre-order. Great, try it for you, try it for a friend. Very giftable. It's something a bit different. And if you love things like Japanese quilting, if you've done Japanese quilting, and you want to try something else that's based on another tradition, then Korean patchwork and quilting, I'm sure, is going to appeal. There's all sorts of different projects in the book, from quilts, bags, a tea cozy. There's a gorgeous some garments, you know, kind of accessories as well. Really beautiful. But I'm looking forward. There's a sewing case. That's gorgeous. Let me just find some of the pictures to share with you. Really lovely, and I mean such detailed photography. Let me just show you the sort of level of detail that there is in all of the photography. I mean, everything is step by step, very, very visual. Lots of you got this in your baskets. I love the whole aesthetic, the whole look of this as well. It's really different. Let me just find some nice pictures of some of the projects. That is gorgeous. Look at that. So there's elements there that are very traditional, aren't there? You know, kind of cathedral window, but very much Korean tradition. But then you've got that gorgeously sort of modern improv quilting bag. And actually, there's one that Cara made sitting right behind me, which we'll have a look at in a second. And then you've got this fabulous sewing kit here. Now that is superb, isn't it? I mean, actually, if Cara had come on with a pattern for the sewing kit with all those accessories for £9.99, I think we'd all think, oh, that's lovely, that's great, I'm loving that. This is a book, this is one project, this is a whole new way of quilting. Well, certainly new to me. Beautiful projects. Look at this little kit here. This is also a sewing kit, but look at that with this beautiful quilting on it. How pretty is that? And make your own thimbles. Look at those. Absolutely stunning. So many of you have got this in your basket. It's the first time we've ever had it on Sewing Street. One of the things, I want to show you one of the things which is really distinct about Korean patchwork. And it is from that tradition which is called bojagi, which is the window pane. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, I'm just kind of sounding out. But the bujagi is this window pane effect. So actually the seam allowances, if you use sheer fabrics, and a lot of Korean patchwork is done with sheer fabrics, you actually get these kind of window coverings where that seam allowance is celebrated.
It's just lovely. I was sort of really interested because it was completely different.
Intrigued.
And then seeing sort of how it works and how the picture on the back of the book is very, very clear with the window sort of pane
Like
effect.
this one here, it could be the most delicate table runner that sits on a table that you can see through. I mean, not something you're going to put a casserole dish on, of course not. It's almost a piece of art, isn't it? But how cool is that? But also you could take that idea, make it in your Alison glass fabrics or your caif or whatever you want, your French general, layer it, quilt it. Tradition don't show off the seam allowances, but just look at the courthouse steps. Isn't that incredible? I love it. I love it. You're loving it too. So intrigued by that. Can't wait to find out more from Cara. Cara's really our expert.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Cara, I'm only winding you up. We're learning about this together, aren't we?
I know. And, I've loved doing sashiko. I've loved learning about Japanese quilting.
Yeah.
And so to sort of think that there's Korean quilting, and in fact, quilting around the world is just all very similar sort of things,
but very different. Yeah,
depending on
amazing.
the fabrics that you're using,
Absolutely
the techniques.
amazing.
I love the techniques here because
Cool.
it's a bit of hand sewing, which
Are you
I
going to teach
enjoy.
us some techniques today?
I hope so.
Awesome. I'm going to get through these fabrics quick and then as much time as we can on demo. There's a bit of a queue on phone lines at the moment. Apologies for that. We will get to you as soon as we can. Quickest way to shop is on the web, of course. If you're able to do that, then I'd encourage you to. Now, we've got two different fabric bundles to share with you. This first one is delicious. It's delicious. Absolutely beautiful. We've taken the inspiration from the front of the book and that bujagi bag that Cara's made. So you've got these fabulous array of solids here, all Rose and Hubble. You've got purple, cardinal, azalea, fuchsia, orange, buttercup, mint, and ivory. That is an absolutely gorgeous palette there. And $29.99 for 8.5 meters of fabric. That is fabulous. They are so inspiring. And the bag that Cara's made, I absolutely love. This was made using that bundle. How cool is this? Drawstring bag. This is from the book. Isn't that the coolest? Look at the little patchwork button that Cara made. Isn't that superb? Our director Adam wants to use this as a swimming bag.
Yes.
Oh, Cara's given permission, Adam.
Put ripstock inside.
Yeah, ripstop inside. What a great idea.
Yeah.
Just beautiful. Love that combo of fabrics. Now, however, wait till you see this. We all are loving this. We're all loving this. It's not just about the colour, it's about the texture in this linen fabric. This is exquisite. And Cara's going to show us how we can use this fabric for quilting, for patchwork. I think it is absolutely beautiful. Now, these are all our enzyme washed linen fabrics, and you're getting 0.5 metre of each. So you're getting 4 meters in total. It is stunning fabric. The palette is amazing. It's actually absolutely blowing my mind right now, that all the things I want to do with this. Colour-wise, we've got navy, teal, aqua, mint, white, grey, chartreuse, and gold. We've just been going absolutely
honestly.
wild for this, haven't we, Cara?
You know, when you look at linen, you think, oh, that would make a beautiful dress, a top, or something like that. But to actually use it in patchwork is really lovely.
And I would never have considered it until I looked at the Korean patchwork book. And then as soon as I started looking at things like the table runner and some of these pieces here, as soon as I saw these, I thought, just a minute, this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. It's 130 centimetres wide, so it's extra wide. It's just going to work beautifully, and you wouldn't even need to wad this. Just have it, celebrate the texture, the linen, I just love it. $49.99. It's a different way of using it, isn't it?
Completely different way, yep.
Oh, loving it, loving it, loving it. Don't forget, if you shop with us today, you'll be entered into a prize draw to win this fabulous bag of buttons, which I've got to say go rather well with the bag that you've made, don't they? Absolutely fabulous. Oh, I do love a big bag of buttons.
I'm a buttonaholic.
Yeah?
I just love buttons.
That's the thing, isn't it?
Love buttons.
Yeah,
and
gorgeous.
I was, you know, I've got my tin with all my buttons in. They are gorgeous. Lots of different sizes.
They really are.
Yeah.
Although not different shapes, as I said originally, they are all round. Definitely, definitely all round. Cara?
Hello.
Where do we start? Hello, my love. And you're a bit D-Mob happy, aren't you? Because you're going on holiday.
Yes. Well, I will do after today.
Gorgeous Scotland. But you're desperate to do more of this, and you're actually a bit frustrated you can't take your sewing machine.
I know, but you can do it hand sewing. Sneak it in my bag.
Very good.
Definitely sneak it in my bag. Yes, I was intrigued by this book, and there's 37 projects in there.
37?
Yeah, for $9.99.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
But what I love is that it's a teaching book as well. So if you maybe got a patchwork and quilting group and they want to try something a little bit different, this is ideal.
I like that idea.
Yeah, absolutely ideal. And if you buy some of the bundles, you could cut those up and just give you know, the people in the class sort of some samples. So what I did with the linen, and I just love the colours and everything, was just cut a strip, and you know, you can do that very easily from the bundle that you've got there. But look at all the gorgeous colours.
Oh,
so,
I mean, they're amazing. So Korean patchwork and quilting, what sort of defines it? What's it all about, Cara?
I've done a little bit of research. There's not a massive amount of information out there on it, but the lady who's done this book, and I'm really sorry if I don't pronounce, I'll get Stuart to pronounce her name.
I'm going to say Choi Yang-suk.
Yeah. Is, you know, a real sort of aficionado really of this particular style, and but she's put a modern twist on it, which is lovely. But you know, if you look at this is all linen as well, and can you imagine that in the linen fabrics that we've got?
I absolutely can. It's gorgeous, and I love the fact that Korean patchwork is based originally on sort of thrift. I mean, like all patchwork traditions, it's all about thrift, and it was about using up those little bits of fabric, the strips of fabric that were left over from perhaps other projects or clothes making.
I think a lot of it,
piecing them together.
In the history of it was they were using sort of fabrics that were at home. So traditionally in Korea they have a lot of silk fabrics, rami fabrics, linen fabrics, and they used a lot of those. And the bojagi is actually cloths that are used to wrap. So they're used to wrap lots and lots of different things. And then then there's different techniques to make the cloths. And some of them have ties on them because they were used, you know, maybe it was for a new baby, and they put together all the different pieces, and then they added ties so that they could actually wrap the baby up and tie it round them to carry the baby. And then to wrap up, you know, the sheets and the pillowcases and things like that. Maybe they had a winter set and a summer set. You know, lots of different things. food, you know, to keep the food sort of nice and fresh. So they were using the bojagi for wrapping things.
And that sort of reminds me of Japanese furoshiki cloths, which are exactly the same kind of thing, isn't it? Where they're cloths, and now we sort of see them, they're quite popular for wrapping gifts with and doing like a sort of special knot. So the Korean tradition is to piece those together to create this cloth, but now it's been translated into patchwork.
Yes, and modern designs. I think that's the lovely thing. I mean, you know, they're not really 100% sure about the dates on the originality of the Korean, this type of style. But they did say, I'm just going to find it, the Joseon dynasty, which was from the 1300s onwards.
Oh, so it's been around a while.
Yes.
It's a long tradition. And yet, it looks so modern. I mean, I can't get over how much, if I was, you know, at the Modern Quilt Show and saw that, I would totally get it. As a modern interpretation of patchwork and quilting. I love the quilts of G's Bend in America, which are African-American improvisational quilts. I mean, absolutely stunning if you've never seen them. But it's so cool that all these different traditions exist.
I love it.
And we can access them. Lovely message from Suja. Hello there. There is a lovely patchwork and quilting shop in Seoul, Korea. Korean patchwork uses very fine fabric, like see-through. It's really cool. Thank you for that, Suja.
Yes.
It is. It's really cool. If you've got any of that kind of fabric, use it too.
Definitely. And I think it was traditional. The women stayed at home, and they were obviously the people who loved the house and looked after the family and everything. And they would sit and take these little pieces of fabric from different things and put them together and, you know, make window coverings, make cloths, make lots and lots of different things. So it's just lovely to see a modern interpretation of a traditional sort of technique and everything.
It really is. Now, you're going to show us some of the techniques that are used. Just need to let you know, over half the stock of that book now has gone. So it's proving very, very popular. Really nice thing to buy as a gift for someone else too, isn't it? A great Christmas present. For any quilter, I bet they won't have tried Korean quilting yet.
No, not yet.
I'd never heard of it.
No, I hadn't.
Never.
I hadn't. And it was lovely, sort of, the book is something that you can read all the history about it and all the ideas. But what I love as well, it takes you through all the tools and the materials, the different fabrics.
And do we need lots of special equipment to do Korean patchwork or
not at all.
Stuff you've got?
Things that you've got. One thing that is very, very useful is a Hera marker.
We love our Hera marker.
Which is really, really good, and I'll show you how to use that. Also a friction pen, which I know we've got back in stock, which is fantastic.
Yes.
And a roller if you've got one.
Like a seam
is
roller.
Useful, but just to use an ironing board. But if you want to, you know, maybe this is something that you pop into, you could make a bag like that, pop all your little bits in and take it on holiday and
very
hand
portable.
sew it. Yes, hand sew it.
You're planning this, aren't you, for your holiday? I bet you take some sewing away with you.
No, I've got one of these that I want to have a go
fair
at.
enough. Oh, the sewing bee book, nice.
No, the picture.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
So anyway,
gorgeous.
We'll see. So as I say, it goes through the different techniques and everything. And to create the bojagis, you can use different techniques. And again, I apologise for the pronunciation, but they use the stitch, which is a whip stitch, and it's called gam chil Gam-chil-gil, which is just a whip stitch, so it's an over stitch.
Cool.
And I'm going to show you how to do that.
Great.
Okay.
So this is a hand-stitched patchwork.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you have a look, this is one that I've done earlier.
Oh, I love that.
And this is their hand stitching here.
Wow, cool.
All around these pieces. And it's very similar in, you know, the construction of it. It's like the bag. I did it in panels and then put the panels together. And the same with this. You sew these pieces together, sew these ones together, and then sew the two together.
But presumably any of this could be machine sewn. You did the bag on the machine, didn't you?
Yes, and I'm going to show you how to do the machine one as well.
Ace, okay.
So this one was hand done, and I don't know if we've got a light or something, but we can hold it up. I don't know whether you'll be able to see. We maybe need to put a light behind.
Yeah, I don't think we have got a light at the moment. We'll try and do that for later on.
Will it go round?
Ah, okay, yeah, that's fine. In front
machine.
of the sewing machine, you can just about see that. And so if these are made as window coverings, that's actually how they're hung, isn't it? So you can see the seams.
The seams are actually open, but I'm going to show you how you can do it where you don't have any raw edges whatsoever. So, but what we can do is have a look at that later.
Yep.
So I cut my strips, and then I cut some pieces off the strips, and I will show you. So take 2 pieces of the fabric, and you want to, the seam allowance, they are metric. In Korea they are metric, so they're using a centimetre, but I only had my inch rulers and everything, so I did just 1/4 of an inch. And what you'll do is you'll take your 2 pieces of fabric, and you want to measure 1/4 of an inch. So you can see the edge, the raw edge of the fabric. You've got your 1/4 of an inch. You'll take your Hera marker and you'll score the fabric. So you'll press down onto a cutting board and just press that, and that makes an indentation. You won't see that because of the light colour of the fabric, but it means that you've got a ready-made fold there, and that will fold to the inside. And I don't think I've got a ironing mat, but
I can grab you one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just grab so if you have got a roller, the roller's really good. Oh, perfect, that's fine.
Your iron should be on as well.
Yeah, it is. So you can either roller it, or you can just press that over. So the Hera marker just helps make that.
That Hera marker is on screen or coming up if you want to grab yours.
So
I love my Hera marker. It's absolutely superb. I use it all the time.
What do you use it for?
Well, I use it a lot for marking quilting lines.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because for a lot of things it is the perfect marking tool. I mean, there isn't exactly a perfect marking tool, but you know, you haven't got marks that you need to remove. I just wanted to show you there on a light box, you can see how the seam allowances become part of the design. And there is a technique in the book for having completely sort of neat and enclosed seams on the back, so that you still have that effect but no raw edge, and you don't need to line it either. So I'd be thinking about things like, you know, those windows that you want to have a permanent cover. Perhaps there isn't such a pretty view out into the street or in the garden, you know, it's maybe on just an alleyway.
So it's like stained glass,
It is like stained glass, it is
it's
indeed.
having your own stained glass.
Beautiful. But a picture sent in actually from Hilary.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, my first attempt. Can't wait to see the lovely Cara's demo. Love watching you bring such variety to the show. That's gorgeous, Hilary.
Fantastic.
And that looks like it's been used batik fabric. Hilary's used batik fabric there. It certainly has that stained glass look, doesn't it?
It looks lovely. And you can use lots of different cotton fabrics.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have to be a fabric that you can see through unless it's for a window covering. But even cotton fabrics, you can use those and do a window covering, and you'll be able to see when the sun's coming through. You'll be able to see.
Yeah.
So we've done both of the fabrics like that. And what you'll do is you'll just put your right sides together and match.
Wrong sides?
Sorry, the wrong sides together, thank you. With right sides on the outside, you'll match the folded edge, and then you want a fine needle. I'm going to do this in a light colour, or shall I do it in a dark one so you can see it? I'll do it in a dark one.
Okay. So this is the hand sewing technique.
Yes, so this is the hand sewing. So what you want to do is I just want to have a little knot on the end, and you can either, they show you how to put a knot together. I struggled with sort of doing it like that, so I just did a couple of little back stitches to hold your thread securely. Then cut the raw end of the thread, and then again, depending on if you're left or right-handed, and I thought, oh, I'm right-handed, so I'm going to work from my left to my right like that, but I actually found it easier doing it this way, so I'm working from my right to my left, and passing my needle, and you just catch a couple of threads. I'm hoping that you'll be able to see this.
Yeah. So really, in many ways, this is like English piecing over papers, except there aren't any papers.
No, that's right, that's right.
You're creating that folded edge, that seam allowance.
Yes.
You're putting the edges together and then you're whip stitching the edges.
Yes, and I think the only difference is that you can use this without a lining.
Yes.
And just have it. I best pressed mine to just help the fabric sort of keep its shape and everything.
Even on the linen?
Yes,
yeah.
Even on the linen.
And in terms of the right side, wrong side of the linen fabric, is there a right side, wrong side?
I didn't notice.
No.
Somebody may say otherwise, but I had a look and I couldn't notice. And really, for projects like this, I don't think it matters.
No.
Enormously.
Absolutely. That blue and green enzyme washed linen bundle is on screen now. You get 8 half meters of the linen. It is such an exquisite colour range. I mean, this would make a big quilt, a big wall hanging. And actually, you could either follow one of the patterns that's in the book, and there are some patterns for large wall hangings, larger quilts, or you could take the ideas, the principles, and then freestyle and create your own work, your own wall hanging. I mean, the antique Bojagi replica, I'm just going to find the picture of that because I think that's totally gorgeous. There's so many lovely little projects in here as well. If you wanted to just make something small, you know, or a little gift, just think they're absolutely gorgeous. Just flicking, and
so
machine stitch too.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so this is the hand stitching. So that's one way of doing it. And the way that I did for the bag was machine stitch. So again, that's very straightforward. You'll take your 2 pieces of linen and you'll mark with a friction pen your 1/4 inch.
If we were using a 1/4 inch foot on our machine, do we still need to mark?
No, not really. Only if on the machine one you wouldn't, but obviously on the hand one you would. So, and then you'll just take that to machine, drop your stitch length down to the 1.8, so it's nice and tight on the linen. And then just machine along there, find the pedal. Excuse me a moment.
It's all right.
There we go.
Sue's just sent a question. Suja, I beg your pardon. Hello, can we use just one colour thread for the entire project? That's from Suja.
Ooh,
That's
yes.
a really good question.
Yes, you certainly can. I wouldn't necessarily, because there's so many different colours of fabric, I wouldn't necessarily try and match the fabric. I'd choose a colour that went with all of them.
Would you? Yeah,
So,
like a neutral.
Yes. I mean,
Any particular weight of thread or?
no, just a normal weight of thread. The only thing that I wish I had at home was, is it Thread Heaven?
Like a thread conditioner.
Yes, like a beeswax or something. And that's the only thing that I wish I'd had at home. When you're hand stitching it.
Just saves it from tangling, doesn't it?
It
so you
does.
just still do a reverse stitch at the start and finish?
Yes, you can do, and then just.
I mean, one of my tips, Suja, if you want to use one colour or just a couple of colours, even when you're piecing light to dark, is try silk thread.
Oh, yes.
A fine silk thread. You only need probably 2 or 3 different neutrals, kind of lightish buff, a mid-toned kind of wheaten grey, sort of greyish colour, and then a sort of perhaps a darker sludgy grey. That looks so neat on the back. It looks beautiful.
Have you still got? Yes, you've still got the light box.
I've got the light box.
Yeah, I was just going to hand this over.
Oh, thank you.
So these have all been done on the machine, and you were saying about freestyling your patchwork. You know, you can cut the squares up, make different patterns, make a runner. Add a few more bits there.
Well, you could throw in the odd half square triangle as well. I noticed them in the bag as well. There's half square triangles in the bag. So you really could just kind of throw it in, couldn't you? And mix and match.
And the rectangle one, I'd never done a half rectangle.
Oh, yes. Let me just turn that around and show you. We've got half rectangle triangles as well, just on this side, right here, just at the side.
Which I'd never done before.
No.
So, you know, that was fun.
But they're really cool, aren't they?
Yes,
Love
so you
it.
can play around with it. Although for that particular bag, there is a pattern in there. They don't include the seam allowance when they're talking about the measurements on the pattern.
Okay.
So you need to add that to it. But when I was doing it, I thought, oh, I could just freestyle this, you know, and just put, you know, the different things together.
Isn't that beautiful? When the light shines through that enzyme washed linen, it's almost like it's like a crayon where you've sketched or rubbed over a surface. You've got all that texture. It's absolutely beautiful. And of course you could quite easily combine machine sewn and hand sewn if you wanted to. You could combine those together. It's like a piece of art, isn't it? Really beautiful, Cara.
I'm just
Have you
so
enjoyed
impressed.
it?
I've loved
Yeah.
it. Absolutely loved it.
It's great to do something different, isn't
It
it?
is. I really do. So there's 2 others that I want to show.
May I just read a very quick comment from Bernardine? Bojagi is a beautiful way to patchwork and quilt. The book is very good, explaining stuff. Happy hand sewing. That's a lovely message. Thank you, Bernardine. Really lovely. And also we had another message on screen, I think, didn't we? A picture, in fact, from Claire. She says, here is a picture of some pin cushions I made using a Korean patchwork technique. The larger one is machine sewn, the others are hand stitched, made using cotton and silk. Claire, they are exquisite.
They're beautiful. And you know, you can make small projects. I couldn't believe how unique the button looked.
Oh yeah.
By just putting some pieces of fabric
so
together.
Cool. That was in the book too, the little button. How cute is that? And again, if you were, perhaps you got the new Sewing Bee book, and that lovely, I know I keep banging on about it, but that gorgeous recycled denim jacket that Juliet's wearing, I'm just thinking then you could do some Korean patchwork style buttons to go down the front. Wouldn't that look lovely?
Really, really nice.
Anyway, back to you, demos.
Okay. Okay, so another method, which is lovely, and I'm sure that other people have heard of this method, but I hadn't. So you'll do the same, find my hero marker. So you'll do your 1/4 of an inch, and there must be a technical term for this, but you'll do your 1/4 of an inch, you'll score it with your hero marker. This is easier if you've got a lower table, because you can put the pressure onto the actual fabric.
Now the Hera marker has sold out, but we do have a different style actually. I've got it on the desk right here. Yeah, I do. I really like this Hera marker actually, because the one I've got is the sort of more sort of wider, flatter style. I'm just going to grab this out. But this is lovely because it's got a really fine, sharp point on one end. Let me just show you that. So you've got the sort of curved edge there, which is great. It almost looks like a butter knife, doesn't it? And you're going to use that to sort of score along your ruler or around templates. It's a great way of marking templates too. You've also got a really nice sort of quite sharp point there if you need to make a sort of really firm score line. And then at the other end, you've got a sort of stiletto point. Again, you can use that for marking, but these are also super useful when you're machine sewing and you just want to hold something under the sewing machine as it's going through, and you want to be able to really precisely or move a little point over, stop your patches fishtailing as they go through the machine. You can hold it down with that as well. Really useful bit of kit, that, isn't it?
Definitely, definitely. Right, the next technique, we've ironed fabric as we did before, and this is Samsole with the whip stitch. I'm not going to even attempt to say that.
No.
But there's more information here. So this is an overlapped seam allowance. So you have your 2 pieces of fabric, and what you'll do is you'll put the right side of one piece to the wrong side of the other, and with the folded.
Oh, stop it.
So is there a technical name for this?
Well, it's magic. Harry Potter quilting.
So you'll actually enclose the raw edges. So you've done your...
Oh, come on. And this is where you do want a fabric that's reversible, like our enzyme washed linen.
Yes.
It's perfect, isn't it?
Or cotton.
Yeah.
You can do either.
Do you know what? I might even be inclined to crack out the glue stick there and run the glue stick along one edge, and then you can just stick them together, can't you?
Yeah, but once you've actually started enclosing the raw edges, I'm just going to pop a couple of pins in.
Oh,
now, this
I am so inspired by that technique.
You can either do it by hand, or you can do it on the machine. I'll show you, if you do it by hand, what you'll need to do. So we're enclosing all of that, popping a couple of pins in. I haven't got another pin.
That's such a neat technique. It's really
cool. I was thinking of using it for lots of things, because you know you've got French seams.
Yes.
But this, well, it's in fact the seam that's used on the edge of denim.
It is like
jeans.
a flat fell seam, isn't it?
Well,
Run and fell.
Similar. Yeah. I'm going to show you the flat fell seam in a minute. So I've folded the raw edge of the darker colour underneath, and if you look at the back, there's no raw edges showing. So what you would do if you're going to hand stitch it, you'll do your Hera marker 1/4 inch. Just turn this over. So 1/4 inch away from that edge.
Or presumably you could use a friction pen to draw a line there.
You could, but you want the fold.
Oh, sorry, you want to fold, I beg your pardon.
So you want the fold, because if you're hand stitching, you'll want to do your whip stitch along that edge.
Got you.
And then you do the same on the other side.
Yeah.
And you'd whip stitch the other edge like that. And when you've done that, you'll end up with that.
Wow, I can't believe that. That's amazing. Now I just need to let you know, everyone at home, that there are 42 of these beautiful books in baskets. There are 20 books left. Okay, well done if you got yours. It's been phenomenally popular, this book this morning. Well done if you managed to get yours. There are 20 left. There are way more in baskets than are available, so please check out your baskets and be quick.
Got to pop that one on the...
I will.
So this
is like the standard test for patchwork now, isn't it?
So this...
Oh, that's special. I like that.
So that's where you've got the raw edges completely enclosed, and you have it's 3 layers together.
And it doesn't matter which side. And I love the colour change, because actually blue and yellow now have made almost like a greenish tint to this, and they no basic colour there. But do you know what I mean? I'm sort of seeing a little greenish tinge there now, and imagine this hanging in a window. Superb. Or a jacket made in this technique.
Yes.
Can you imagine?
There's lots and lots of things, and as I say, cushions make gorgeous cushions.
Oh, really lovely.
So,
really lovely.
So then we were talking about flat fell seam. So that is another way. So what you can do is you'll draw with your friction pen your 1/4 inch, and then you'll line the raw edge of one against the line.
Yep.
pop a pin in just to hold it in position. Have I got another pin? Can I just...
Oh, a pin, yeah.
Yeah,
Or you can have one of
no,
these.
that's fine. So just to
I was going to
hold
ask
the
you as
raw
well,
edge-
when you've done that, because you were telling us you could machine sew this as well.
Yes.
Can I get you to show me that as well in a
Yes.
sec?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Yep. So I'm just, yeah, we've got time. So
Yeah.
then you've got that
About 10
overlap,
minutes.
and you'll just again keep the stitch to your 1.8
Yep. So a short stitch length on
short
linen.
stitch length, and you'll just sheen down that. I didn't do a reverse at the front and the back, but I would recommend doing one.
You would recommend
Yeah.
it, yeah, yeah. That linen bundle's been so popular. Well done if you managed to get yours. Remember, you're getting 8.5 metres of beautiful enzyme wash linen. The question is, Cara, is there going to be any left for you?
I need some.
I know you do.
need
I know
some.
you do.
Do you know the other thing that I thought about with all those gorgeous colours? You know, some of the 60s style dress.
Oh, like the sort of
with
Mondrian style dresses.
Oh my gosh,
yeah,
yes,
beautiful.
would be gorgeous.
Beautiful.
So, and top. You could do a top, couldn't you?
You really
so
could.
I've machined along there. I'm just going to press like that. Then we open the seam up and press. And then you'll fold. And what you can do is do your hair marker again. That will help you. So do that along the raw edge. If you wanted to, you could trim this down a little bit more, but I quite like, as you say, the effect of the two colours together.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll
absolutely.
go
It's beautiful, isn't it?
along there, and you'll fold that in. Okay, I'm going to press that, and then open the seam out, and you can machine.
So you just fold that in once?
Yes, fold it in once. Then open the fabric up. You've got that folded down.
Perfect, yeah.
And you've got your raw edges all, so that's like a flat fell seam.
So on one side you've got what looks like just a normal seam.
And then on the other side you've got the stitching, so you can have a double line of stitching.
Got you.
So you can actually go down.
And presumably as well, if we wanted to, this is where we might use a decorative stitch.
Yes,
or
threads.
Different coloured threads.
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful. What's fabulous about this morning in your demos, Cara, and thank you for them, is that they've really made me look at some techniques I already know, but in a totally different light.
Don't know why.
And then look at linen in a different light.
Completely and utterly. It's all right. I've got a lovely nest of
And
thread
even consider about actually using fabric in the light, hanging it in the window, celebrating the seams, and
definitely we quite often will cover seams up, and we're not proud of them. But this is an amazing technique to be proud of your seams. So.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think a Roman blind done.
Yes.
In fact, actually, I do remember, and I think I'm going back 20 years now, there was a book which was called Pieced Roman Blinds.
Yeah.
And it was all about the seam allowance being able to show through when it was in the window. So I suspect now that they were inspired by Korean patchwork.
Yes, it does make you wonder. But I'm just amazed. I love the fact that patchwork is universal and different countries have different versions, which is just lovely. Sorry, I did struggle at the beginning there, but I just wanted to get that. So then you've got your two lines of stitching. Do you want to pop that against?
Oh, I certainly will.
And then what?
Do the test, do the test. And again, if I hold that up, so again you get that very similar effect, well, the same effect really. There's the hand sewn at the bottom, and then, so this is the hand sewn, and then this above it is the machine sewn version. Just gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. The book is sold out. Well done if you managed to get yours. fabulous. Can't wait to see your version of Korean patchwork and how it inspires you. Keep going through on the linen bundle too. Just beautiful colours, beautiful fabrics. Don't forget as well, we've got that beautiful cotton bundle which Cara used to create this beautiful Bojagi inspired bag. You get 4 meters of fabric in total for £29.99. It's superb value in that beautiful sort of semi-rainbow of white, mint, gorgeous buttercup yellow. There's orange, there's different pinks, there's red, there's purple. Absolutely gorgeous bundle of fabric that. Really beautiful. And you get half a metre of each, 8 different fabrics for under £30. Cara, you've got about 7 minutes.
Oh gosh, okay.
How's
Carry
that?
on. No, that's absolutely fine. In fact, we can talk more about the other techniques that they show, because I only sort of prepped for 4 because I thought that would take
Have we done
quite
them
some
all?
time. Yes.
Hey, that's a high five. Come on.
But there
So this
are
is
some
all
different-
extra now.
There are some different techniques. So I just wanted to show you, the one where we folded, and this one.
Like interlocked.
Yeah, so it's
Yes.
interlocked with a whip stitch. That can be done by hand,
Yeah.
which is lovely. It's just so relaxing and mindful to
Yeah.
just sit.
Or you're
and
going to
do-
show us how to do it by machine,
So
won't
this,
you?
yeah, this is by machine.
Awesome.
So you do one line like that, and then you'll turn it over, and you'll do your other line on the other side.
So that almost then looks like a flat fell seam on both
Yes.
sides.
Yes.
I like that.
So you've got 2 lines of stitching on both sides. So.
Oh, you're good at stitching close to the edge, aren't you? My goodness.
Okay,
Be all
not
over
there,
the shop.
not there, but there. So that's your double line of stitching and your double line of
Oh, that's
stitching,
beautiful.
and no raw edges.
No,
which
that
is
looks
lovely.
terrific.
And-
Gosh, I want to use that technique now. We need to get
definitely.
off air and go and start designing, don't we?
with those linens.
Yeah, oh, absolutely stunning. Absolutely
Definitely.
stunning.
So other ones, they've mainly hand techniques. So where we use the machine to actually do, let me have a little look. Can I have this
Yeah,
one?
absolutely.
Okay.
Just read a message while you get those.
Yes.
This technique reminds me of flat fell seams in dressmaking. I'll definitely be giving it a try in patchwork. Thanks for the inspiration. Pat, who's in Lincoln.
Excellent, excellent. So where we've done the machine here, you can do that by hand.
Yeah.
So that's very straightforward. Then you can, I'm just having a look. So, so that's that one.
One of the
That's
things
all
I want to
finished.
try making is the little fabric thimble.
Oh yeah,
That's
should we have a look?
adorable. Yeah, absolutely. There it is.
So 100, 101. That's
It's
little
such a
quilted.
detailed book, isn't
Yes.
it? There's so much
here we go.
detail.
Gosh, it's even got bias binding, 0.5 centimetre or 1/4 inch bias binding.
Wow. But if you hand sew, it's quite achievable, isn't
Yes,
it?
I mean, some of these I would love to do. So these had, ooh, go back to, oh no, I'll show some of the others. So some of these are just hand quilting, but with, they look like they've been done on felt or something like that, or a flannel. I love it with the pom-pom on.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
So these are the instructions for that, and it's very, very straightforward. But I love these bags.
Yeah,
And you were saying this
gorgeous.
is cathedral window.
Like cathedral window patchwork,
Yes.
but it's just the way it sort of draws on different traditions.
Yes.
There's lots in there we recognise, there's lots of fresh. I believe the interlocking method is called jogakpo. That's from Beatrice in Devon. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh gosh.
Oh, I
So there's
really
lots
am
of people out there.
mangling a beautiful language this morning, aren't I?
That is wonderful. I love
A message from Susie. Beautiful linen fabrics and designs. Love the seam idea. Yeah.
I love
these are
these
pretty.
bags, aren't they gorgeous?
Yeah.
And these are in silk. So can you imagine actually maybe you're going to a wedding and it's, you know, a bridesmaid would actually carry something like this
Yeah.
and it's made out of the same fabric as the bridesmaid's dress
Yeah,
or something.
beautiful, really
Be
lovely.
really
Or
nice.
for gifting something special, you know, to make a gorgeous little pouch. It's that sort of hand-sewn detail, isn't it? And I love the little fine cords, the
Yes.
beads, everything about it is lovely.
Yeah, it's very
These are
inspirational.
cute.
I know.
We get the
I
pattern
know.
for these as well.
Three-dimensional, right, okay.
Oh, stop it. I'm quitting
Choi
while I'm ahead.
Chumnun, something like that. So that, or the instructions for that are...
A lovely message from Anne. Hi, Stuart and Cara. The seam is a run and fell that I learned to do at
Yes.
school many years ago, and all by hand, Anne. Well, that's Gloucester
Wow.
for you, Anne. That's Gloucester for you. All done by hand in the Shire. It's where I grew up to, well, in Tewkesbury. But yeah, oh, yeah, you did a lot of sewing at school, didn't you?
I did, huge amount. I loved, that's where I got my sort of sewing bug, and my mum, you know, just was always sewing, always doing different things, making my sister and I matching outfits.
Gorgeous,
So, yeah.
gorgeous. I bet there was a point at which you refused.
No, I
match-
don't think we
no?
ever
No.
refused. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. No, I don't think
No,
so. But I
no.
have fond memories of my sister and I both wearing the same sort of thing, but
yeah.
different colour.
Yeah.
Maybe a different colour or a different pattern. But yes, that's where I get my sewing
Gorgeous.
bug from. This is this little bead.
It's so,
So there's
cute,
even
isn't it?
instructions for the little bead there.
Making the
as well.
fabric bead.
Yeah.
Can you imagine all the ways you'll use this book? Congratulations if you got it. It's been a real hit this morning. We've loved our introduction to
Yes.
Korean patchwork.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Cara.
That's quite right. My pleasure.
Superstar.
Absolute pleasure.
You're our official spokesperson now for the
I don't
Korean
know, there's
patchwork
lots
tradition.
of people out there that know a little bit more
Well,
than
no,
I do.
we've got you, Cara, so the job's yours now. Now, the bright multicoloured cotton fabric bundle, make sure you're checking out lots of those in baskets. Korean patchwork, yes, absolutely. Modern improv patchwork. Maybe you've been watching this morning thinking, actually, I'd like to take some of those ideas and just create improv patchwork. Maybe you've looked at the bag and thought, you know what, I could see a throw done in that. Adding strips, squares, half square triangles, some flying geese, these fabulous half rectangle triangles in the back here, maybe a bit of curved piecing too thrown in. My takeaway from this morning is definitely the patchwork buttons.
I love
Loving
them.
those.
Yes.
Loving those. Absolutely brill. $29.99 for that bundle of beautiful solids, cotton solids. But by far the most popular bundle, an amazing value, is our linen bundle. And just, well, I think we've all been blown away this morning, haven't we, by the idea of using linen for patchwork. The actual palette itself, oh, I'm going to cradle it like a baby. Oh, it's lovely. It's coming home with me, this. Look at that. Look at that.
No, I'm fighting you
You
for
can't
it.
have this, Cara. It's mine. It's mine. 8 different colours. All 136 centimetres wide. What's that in inches, Kat? I do always ask, so you should be ready.
About
53 inches wide.
yeah.
So your half meters are even better value, aren't they? You're getting those gorgeous colours. There's that gold, chartreuse, grey, white. Then you've got that lovely soft mint. There's a teal, there's an aqua and a navy. I mean, they're absolutely stunning. Just a different palette and certainly a different fabric. Make sure you're checking out on that. Half the stock has gone, the rest is in danger. Do make sure you get yours while you can. Now, after the break, we're going to be having an hour of bag making. Lots of lovely bag making fabrics, lots of inspiration too. So stick around for that. Cara, I'll be seeing you in an hour. Don't go anywhere.
I won't.
And I'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
If you're you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Hello, welcome back. How are you doing? How is your morning going? We're having a great time here in Sewing Street. We've just had our first introduction into Korean patchwork. Well, certainly for me, it was an introduction. I'm full of ideas now about how I'm going to use those techniques. And one of the ways that I absolutely want to use them is in bag making. Bag making such a great way of trying a new technique, a new fabric range, a new something, making yourself something that you can do in an afternoon, a day, a weekend at most, and you've got something all fresh and ready to take out and use. So this hour is all about bag making. We're going to start with my book, my most current book, which is called Bags for Life. Now, we've just heard from Cara that she's doing a show in June. No, end of the month? Is it end of this month? Cara's going to be making the essential messenger bag from Bags for Life. And I've already seen the sample. It is absolutely beautiful, the one she's made. In the book, it's this one right here, the essential messenger bag. One of my most popular bags, the one that I've probably made a gazillion times, so many more times than any other bag ever. Just love it. And here I've used a lovely kind of grey linen for the main part of the bag. I've used a fun black and white print. I do sometimes wear that scarf. And purchased a little TK Maxx, that was. Little quilter's cotton from Macau, and then a gorgeous little faux leather strap on the front. It's all about those little details, isn't it, that make a bag special. And we've got some really nice little extra details on the show today. We've got a tuck lock buckle actually that would work beautifully on that. I'll show you that in 1 second. But the book is on the show. Now, this came out last autumn, and it is 21, hello, signed. It's 21 bag patterns, and all of the bag patterns are different. There aren't sort of just, it's not, 5 bags and there's different variations of each. They're all different bags. And hello, you. I start, of course, with basic materials, basic things like how to add structure to your bags, the different things that are out there, the metalware that you might use, the equipment that you'll use, and it's all basic stuff really. And then the project chapters start. There are bags for taking shopping, trolley bags, foldable bags, a trifold wallet, some produce bags as well. There's that little eco shopping bag. Let's go to the beach. What about a convertible tote bag that opens out into a 6-foot long beach towel with mesh pockets in as well? Splash proof sling bag. Now this would go perfectly actually for your swimming bag, Adam. Fully lined with waterproof fabric. You've got a double zip pocket here which is also waterproofed inside. Take it to the beach, take it wild swimming. What about that? Wild swimming. Essential hobo. Now, the Deputy Joan, is a great lover of the hobo bag. She has made many different versions of this. It's great fun. And also my lovely friend who lives in Canada has made a number of different versions of this. She made this as gifts for her family. Rose Parr from Healthy Quilting. She's going to be coming to Festival of Quilts this year, and I'm going to get her on Sewing Street. She's written a brilliant book. And then we go for a picnic at the lake. Lunch bags, picnic bags, there's a bottle carrier, there's even a picnic blanket which you can sit and have your picnic on and then just pulls up into a rucksack to go on your back. There's craft bags, knit and crochet bags, a sewing machine cover, and then to finish off, bags for work. But not boring bags. Bags that you'll enjoy making, enjoy wearing. I did that one just a couple of weeks ago. Nice little easy rucksack style. And then last chapter, let's go away for the weekend. Where shall we go? Hey? Devon. Devon. What about the essential roll-up for in the bathroom? Use that for your art materials too. And one of my favourite bags actually in the book, a little zip bag with a flap, but when you open out that flap, it is full of function. You've got a clear zippy pocket, vinyl pocket. You've got divided pockets as well. In there you've got kind of, you know, moustache scissors, tweezers, a little brush, those essentials. Gorgeous. Yeah, full-size patterns in the back, in an envelope in the back. The price is $15.99. Remember, there are 21 projects in the bag, making each pattern a cost to you of, I'm dragging out this sentence, there are 21 projects, $15.99 divided by 21, 76 pence a pattern. 76 pence a pattern. Now, my angel policy on these bags, you can make, you can gift, you can make, you can sell, okay? Just don't photocopy the patterns, don't give the patterns away, and also don't go into mass production. Don't send the patterns off to a factory and have 10,000 made, please. But if you make and sell, if you have a bag stall, you know, and you sell your bags or online or anything like that, by all means, make and sell the finished bags. It's a pleasure. Now, PU. Love PU. PU. Love PU. If you've ever tried to sew with leather and thought, this is a bit hard, try PU. It is so easy to sew with. You don't need a leather needle. You don't need to change the foot on your machine. You can use an ordinary foot, a walking foot. We've got a gorgeous selection of colours here, really classy. And they just, even a tote bag looks awesome, made either all in PU or a combination of PU and quilt weight cotton or PU and cork. Give it a go. It's really fab. Now let's start with this gorgeous, I think, is this Merlot? No, but I think, oh, is the colour just called wine? See, I was trying to be all, you know, Merlot, a burgundy. Isn't that a delicious colour though? Wine. What would you, house red. It is beautiful though, isn't it? Now this is just deep, almost a purplish red, 140 centimetres wide, 55 inches, thank you. So really wide. Half a metre of this is going to make you that essential messenger bag, and probably enough left over for a matching purse for $6.99. $6.99. The other thing I like about PU is look at the lining of it. Now, if you wanted to do French seams on a tote bag, you really would not need a lining in that. You wouldn't need a lining. You've got your lining there. It's got that little, it's very soft and flexible, but it's got that little bit of structure so that if you made an unlined and uninterfaced bag, it's not going to just flop. It's going to have a bit of structure to it. Really rate PU, and the quality that we get here at Sewing Street is phenomenal. It's a lovely fine-grained leather look, very, very classy. Very nice indeed that. It would also be really good for things like making storage boxes. So if you want to kind of smarten up a space in your home and have some storage baskets and boxes, try PU. I would bond that to Bosel in our form, but obviously you don't really want to, you're not going to iron it. Use 505 basting spray to hold the layers together. It also quilts like a dream. And if you've never tried quilting PU before, Diamond crosshatch looks amazing. The texture that you get, that little bit of shine that really shows off your quilting, it looks amazing. Now the gold next, let's do the gold. This is Glitz Glamour. It's got a shine to it. It's not very shiny, so it's still gorgeous. It's really soft. Yeah, it is. It's 24 karat gold, that, isn't it? But look at that. If you did something like clutch bag that gathered into the handle, I know this is upside down at the moment, if I turn this around. Imagine if you had that as a sort of gathered clutch, or had this gathered up into maybe like a circular handle. That would be really gorgeous, and then just opened out. It's all cut off the bolt for you, so if you want 2 meters, just order 4 units. It'll come as one continuous piece, but looks really fantastic and combines beautifully as well with something like cork. So for example, you could make a really gorgeous bag, perhaps with PU at the bottom, cork at the top, or flip that around. What about a nice beach bag, a bit of a glamorous beach bag with a bit of gold PU thrown in? Very nice, very nice. Oh, Mary's messaged in. Hi, Mary. Hi, Stuart. You're such great company today. I've been tiptoeing around starting bag making, and this could be the inspiration I need. Thank you. Mary, tiptoe no more. Stride forth. The trick is, pick a simple pattern, pick a fabric which is easy to work with. The PU, the cork, is really easy to work with. Take your time. Use a walking foot for your top stitching and enjoy the process. And I know you'll make something you absolutely love. Give it a go. A message from Kate, who's in Merseyside. The gold PU is lovely. It doesn't look cheap or tacky, which can be an issue with gold sometimes, I find anyway. Kate, I was tiptoeing myself around it, wasn't I, when I said it's not too gold. I meant exactly that, you know. Sometimes if it's a bit brash, a bit too in your face, I mean, there's a place, of course there's a place. Sometimes, gosh, I want that. But this is a nice subtle soft gold, isn't it? Soft sheen to it. A message from Chris. Stuart, where can I get the clear vinyl from to make the clear pockets, please? Well, it just so happens this was meant to be a tomorrow show, but we've stolen it. Chris, we've done it for you. We've done it for you. This is a fat quarter of clear, supple PVC. You get, I mean, I say a fat quarter, but actually if I just hold this up, it's actually a really big piece, isn't it? Now, if you were thinking, Chris, I wonder if you were thinking about, on my knit and crochet bag, there are vinyl pockets. There's the little zippy bag with the special flap as well that has vinyl. There's also in the Great Afternoon Inn, the zipped project pouches. I can do overhead actually. And these are perfect for like knitting, crochet, hand sewing, any kind of project like that. So you've got a window into what you're doing. Now you'd probably get 3 of these out of a fat quarter of vinyl, front and back. It's £1.49. You can just pop a little light steam over that and that'll drop out. Obviously don't iron it, but just a light steam, or if you maybe put it in the centre of a towel, wrap it in a towel, top and bottom, and then just very lightly over the top, and that'll just soften all of those creases where it's been folded. But that'll come out no problem at all. But yeah, if you're buying anything today, seriously, I would get some of this clear vinyl. Think about using it in the trifold wallet. Create a clear plastic pocket in there so you can pop things like your ID, driving license, bus pass in there. Maybe you have a little pass for work they have to scan in. You can do that too. It's a bit of a must try. If you're sewing with that, I would recommend that you either use a Teflon or non-stick foot when you're sewing, if you're sewing directly on that. In the book, I kind of edge everything with fabric, and then you can use your normal foot. But if you're not doing that, Teflon or a non-stick foot is a really smart idea. Okay. Oh, we've had another question. All the questions are coming through. I love it. Hi, Stuart. Is this PU leather fabric waterproof? That's a really good question. I would always steer away from waterproof, and I would say that it was splash resistant. So I think for we wouldn't do this, would we, Christy? We're not going to put our bag down in a puddle. But if we took our bag out in the rain, I think it's going to be pretty splash resistant. Yeah, can't say it's waterproof. If you wanted it waterproofed, then there are waterproofing sprays, aren't they, that you can get, and I would make the bag up and then spray the bag, but always test it first. Some details from the manufacturer, actually. These are useful. So 40% PU, 30% viscose, 30% polyester, high quality fabric, soft leather look, great flexibility. I can attest to that. If you want to use this for dressmaking, be fab. Soft furnishings as well. Lightweight. Washing instructions, the manufacturer says to hand wash only and to hang to dry. So no detail about sort of waterproof, but I would say definitely splash resistant. Can we do the mustard? Love this mustard. It's delicious, isn't it? Love that. Again, some yellows can be a bit. This is that sort of Dijon mustard, isn't it? This is like Dijon mustard. Oh, I want a lovely sirloin now with some Dijon mustard. Oh gosh, I'm making myself hungry. I shouldn't have said that. Stop it! Stop it! Now the gallery are talking about food. Stop it, please. I've had some muesli and low-fat yogurt this morning. You don't want me to get hangry. This is gorgeous though, isn't it? And it's got a gorgeous kind of matte finish to it. Again, really soft and flexible. Now, Cara was using this just the other week, I think, or was it Debbie Shaw? It was a reversible bag. They've both done it recently and used this combined with some quilt weight cotton and some tapestry fabrics. Just looks sensational. Absolutely beautiful. I'll show you the kind of thing I mean. That sort of combo. Nice bit of top stitching along there. Reversible bag, inside, outside, flip them around. I mean, just gorgeous. Really love that combination. You can, of course, use your PU with things like frames. So if you're making a metal frame bag, that looks very classy, very designer. You can also, as I say, quilt this, and I would always err on a diamond crosshatch. Looks very Chanel, a diamond crosshatch on PU or on leather. Looks lovely. A double crosshatch, what about that? Use a twin needle, lengthen your stitch length, mark your lines, and then do a double diamond crosshatch. Very smart, very smart. Yeah, really nice. Don't forget that is cut to order, so if you want to use it for dressmaking, what about a little collarless jacket in PU? Lovely. I'm thinking definitely you could be inspired by our early bird today, the Sewing Bee, brand new Sewing Bee book, The Modern Wardrobe. There are some patterns in there that would look super. Let's do dark brown. Now this is, I would call this espresso. This is that really dark sort of coffee bean, dark roast, Italian roast espresso. Fancy a little, yeah, everyone wants a coffee now after the steak and Dijon. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, we've got a message. Hi, good morning, Stuart. Watching the show before school. Knitting socks. Max, I'm so proud of you. We need pictures, please. Do you knit your socks flat? Do you knit them toe up? Are we doing heel, cuff down? Are we doing 4 needles, double points? Are we doing circulars? I need to know. And what yarn are you using? Max, pictures please. Pictures please. This dark brown is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? This would be really lovely, actually. What about making the Weekend Warrior in PU? Now, just to give you an idea, the Weekend Warrior is probably the largest bag in the book. And that main outer fabric, you're going to need 1 metre. Now, bear in mind this is extra wide, but you couldn't get away with 1/2 metre, but your metre is going to be plenty for that. You could probably also get the shoulder strap and the handles out of it if you wanted to do the whole thing in PU, but I would quilt it as well, and you use Bosal Inar form inside that bag. But I mean, wouldn't that be gorgeous? You've got pockets at either end. Okay, these pockets at either end, and that might be a place that you feature perhaps a canvas fabric. You could just use a self-coloured fabric, maybe a different coloured trim, but that would look really nice done in PU. A message from Charmaine. Hi Stuart, can you Odi-coat the reverse of PU fabric to add to water resistance for the base of a bag in PU? I think that's a really smart question, Charmaine. Yeah, what I would say is test it, give it a go. I would test it on just an offcut of fabric. See, do a little bit of experiment. We should do a little experiment actually to see how that works. I'm sure we've got some Odi-coat. Sincere spoils for spelling Stuart's names wrong. Charmaine, honestly, I don't mind. I get called all sorts. A misspelling, hey. Stewie. My eldest sister had so many different nicknames for me. She really did. She really did. And all of them were lovely, of course. Of course, they were. My dad used to call me the little professor. That was his favourite, the little professor. Now, this grey is, again, gorgeous. It's like a nice deep elephant grey, isn't it? Don't be afraid of using a different kind of fabric. If you've only ever sewn using cotton fabric and you've thought about leaping into using a different kind of fabric, give PU a go. It's super easy to sew. Super easy to sew. You don't need to use a special needle. You can use a regular, a sharp needle. You want a sharp sewing needle, so don't use a ballpoint or a jersey needle, anything like that. You can use a universal needle, you can use a quilting needle, or my favourite are Microtex needles. They have a slim, sharp point. Obviously, you don't want to pin this fabric, so when you're putting your bags together, or whatever project you're making, use quilter's clips or tape. If you're putting a zip in, use things like the quilter's tape to hold the zip in place rather than pins. And then when you want to open out your seams and press them, I would use a seam roller so that you get nice flat seams. And you can also use a clapper when you've done your seam, just to make sure everything's nice and neat. A question from Jan. Thanks, Jan from Norfolk. Morning. Hi, Stuart. Is the rucksack in your book a combination blanket and rucksack? Thanks. Love your presenting, from Jan. Right. This is the one from the picnic book. What it is, let me show you. Okay, so down on the ground, it's basically a circular quilt. So it's layered, it's quilted, it's got these tabs that run all the way around the outside, and there's a cord that goes through that you pull up. So I suppose in a way it pulls up into like a sort of a sack, okay? But then on the back of the quilt, there are two sort of rucksack style straps, so that then when you pop it on your back, you can wear it like a rucksack. No origami folding, nothing special. You could put, I mean, there's quite a decent size, isn't there? We got our picnic in there. But you could also make a scaled down version as a playmat. You could use it for Lego. Chuck all the Lego in and pull up the cord, pop it away. You could make it child size as well. Just use the principle. Use the principle. You can make a really small one for your makeup or your nail polishes or anything like that. Whatever you want to do. Dog grooming kit inside, yeah, open it out, stand the dog on, catch all the bits and bobs, pull it up, There you go, ripstop the back so that when you're picnicking, you're not getting damp bottoms. No one likes that on a picnic. Last PU, classic black. Classic black, absolutely gorgeous. Smart, always looks good, doesn't it? Everyone that's bought this on pre-order has bought a metre. Well done, you. I'll show you the wine again in a second, Susan, just for you. I have a friend actually who makes quilted clothing, and he uses leather. It's called Daniele Bardis, and he does amazing couture. And it's leather and it's quilted. Daniele Bardis. Have a look. Amazing couturier. But you could take the same principle, be inspired. It's that quilting on PU. It just looks great. You could even add little beads or gems, hot fix crystals, when you've quilted it in the centre, in between that quilting. Oh, so many things you could do. Susan, just for you, this is the wine colour. It's a really deep. I remember when this was the in hair colour. It was probably about 1983, and we always called it burgundy. And I remember being at school, and all I wanted was burgundy hair. Went through a phase. I think a friend had done her hair burgundy, and that was all I wanted. Chris has said, I've decided on my next project, I'm going to do the knit and crochet project bag. I need something to take my things to knitting group. Wow, it's a really big bag, Chris. You can get like all of your bits of your garment that you're knitting in the bag. It's got a drawstring at the top to keep everything protected. Tons of pockets around the outside for everything from needles, hooks, stitch markers, magazines, patterns, loads. Feel free to adapt and modify it, won't you? Or there's loads of bags in the book actually that would work really well as a project bag. Make sure you send in pictures, please. Oh, PU. We've just had another picture through. Let's have a look. It's from Mary Ann. I've made your overnight bag for my sister to use for her music. She loves it. Oh, I love that. That's gorgeous. Is that like a black canvas and then that quilt weight cotton for the flap? That's beautiful, Marianne. Really lovely. So that's the overnight attaché, and you've got some really useful big front pockets as well. Let me just show you. So, sorry. That's the bag. And then under the flap, you've actually got these two really big roomy pockets that also have a little flap that comes over. Yeah. Now, we've got some massive bargain this. There's a good set of 3 all-purpose scissors. £8.99 for these. Can't believe it. £8.99 for 3 pairs. Dressmakers, medium general purpose, and a small. You could use these for embroidery, trimming. If you need, well, who doesn't need extra scissors? If you're anything like me, I'm always losing, dropping, lending. Great for gifting as well. Great for gifting. And what I would do if I was going to gift actually is I would separate them out into 3 gifts. I would make a scissor fob or a carry case, and I would give that as a lovely sort of part handmade, part I know you'll find this useful gift. Gorgeous pink, soft touch as well, so they're really nice and comfy, nice and sharp. But again, good if you do things like EPP, foundation paper piecing, and you need scissors that will cut paper as well. Don't want to spend a fortune. Trimming your threads, trimming your seams. Yeah, it's a great little, it's almost like an early bird. It's almost like a little early bird. Great colour as well. Super. Keep going through for those, won't you? And have you got hold of your vinyl? Fat quarter for £1, what is it? £1.49 for a fat quarter of vinyl. You've all been buying multiples. Well done. Well done. You can't stop at one thing, can you? I like a little, you know, like the sort of almost like the lanyard that you have around your neck with a little zip, a couple of clear vinyl pockets, just for, you know, carrying around essentials sometimes that you need. When you're at craft shows, when you're going to Festival of Quilts. Are you going to Malvern this weekend? Are you excited? I don't think I'm going to get to go this year because I'm going to be spending a lot of time with Mum this weekend. So, but I am back next Monday and Tuesday. I'm guesting for 2 days with loads of lovely projects. So make sure you're back by Monday, won't you? Okay, let's look at some cork. Some corkers. I've got 3 different options for you. Silver, black and white, and a fine grain. Let's start with fine grain. Now again, to all of you, Mary, if you're tiptoeing around bag making and you're looking for a fabric that's a bit different, that will give your bags a really professional finish, but is easy peasy to cut and sew, cork, cork, cork. 18% cork, 82% PU, soft and flexible. Again, if you wanted to do unlined bag, this is great because it's a lovely soft inner or backing, if you like, that would be great for a lining of a bag. Soft, flexible. It's got a certain substance to it, so it's going to hold its shape. It's wipeable, so brilliant for the base of a bag. You imagine something like a tote bag with a boxed bottom, but do the bottom maybe 6 inches of that tote bag in cork, and then the upper part of the bag in a fabric, either a PU or a canvas or a cotton. And it will kind of go with everything, won't it, cork? And then that base will be kind of splash resistant, water resistant. I would still put some bag feet on the bottom. They're just like big studs really, ever so easy to install. But super stuff this. Really worth trying. Half a metre is £8.99. And you would get, if you were going to use this for the base of a bag, you'd probably get 6 bags out of it, tote bags, probably 6 out of half a metre. And then combine it with your other fabrics. It's such an on-trend fabric. Absolutely fab. Have a go at sewing with this. It's a combination of cork and PU, so it's really soft and flexible, easy to sew, but looks terrific. That's our fine grain. Now let's go a bit shiny. Is this the silver? Oh, say, look at that. Look at that for a selvage. I fell in love with a Starship Trooper. They let me sing because no one recognises what I'm singing. Love how that shimmers. Do you remember glitter spray for your hair and also for your skin as well? Yeah, it's almost like that, isn't it? It's got that shimmer. It's not in your face. It's not super sparkly. It's not glitter, but it does glisten and gleam. Again, I think for a really classy beach bag, and I'm thinking this around the bottom, and then maybe sort of, you know, you could go with stripes above in canvas, and then some nice big silver grommets with a rope handle going through. Very nice, very nice. £8.99 for a half metre. It's an amazing price, isn't it? This is really wide fabric too, 140 centimetres wide. That's 55 inches, yeah, 55 inches. Fabulous, great buy that. Then finally, love this one. It's more of a coarse grain. Still really smooth, but the effect, the look is of coarser grain. And then you've got black and white. It's almost like a sort of, like someone's taken a really fine brush and just created some little, almost like veining in marble. Love that texture, absolutely love that texture. It's really cool, isn't it? Now, of course, you could use these to create table settings. You could create really smart placemats. I would just bind the edge, I would layer it, and I'd bind the edge, quite a wide binding, probably in either the black or the white. You could use a twill tape to do that as well. That would look super cool. You can quilt cork as well. If you layer it up, you can quilt it. You could layer that up with in our form. Yeah, that would be really cool. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And again, baskets, boxes would look great. Great in a bathroom as well. £8.99 again for your half metre. Little purses. Simple. A couple of weeks ago I showed how to make a little clip-on to your belt, little zipped bag. That would be gorgeous in cork, and it's ever so soft and flexible. Don't worry about putting a zip in or multiple zips or lining it, things like that. Honestly, it works brilliantly. I would use a seam roller, but you can iron cork fabric, iron from the reverse more than from the front, but I would use a seam roller in preference, and pin, clip rather than pin. Use your little clips. Yes, now then, these, I don't want these to sell out because I really want some of this. I really want some of this. These are 1 metre pre-cut pieces for £2.99. Oh, stop it. I really want that. Why am I only just seeing this now? Isn't that gorgeous? I mean, absolutely perfect for bag handle. Guitar strap. Yeah. Braces. Braces. Fancy that. I'm not repeating that, Kat. I'm not repeating that. Love that. I don't know whether that could be used for collars or for, you know, like a dog walking harness type thing, or on a dog coat. Very nice though. That is gorgeous. 1 metre pre-cut, all the colours of the rainbow. We've only got 20 units left. 16 in baskets. Oh, somebody buy me one. Now this one, absolutely gorgeous. This has got a sort of it's a bit kind of Guatemala, Peruvian, hasn't it? South American look to it. Those traditional South American textiles. So imagine something like making a bag in something like the plain cork. You could also add a trim, couldn't you, across the back? Or I could imagine you could, I'm just wondering if you could mitre. Yeah, so you could, let me just push that up. So you could mitre the corner and then top stitch. It has sold out, but there you go. There you go. How lovely. That's sold out. Is the rainbow one still available? 6 units left. Now something else that can elevate a bag in a similar way, make it look a bit more professional, a bit smarter, is to use webbing or strapping for the shoulder strap or the handle. Now this, thank you very much. Our producers just said, I look rather strapping too. This is 25 millimetres wide. Now I want to say 1.25 inches. 1.25 inches. Or 1 inch. 25 mil. I think it's 1 inch maybe. We'll just check. It is 1 inch wide, 1 inch wide. Now this would work really, really well for, you know, lots of different styles of bag. I actually use some webbing, exactly stuff like that for, here we go, for the bottle carrier. Okay. I actually left that bottle here last time I was here. I'm going to try and find that while I'm here. But you can see I use that for the strap. So attaching the rings, the D-rings, and also the shoulder strap. It just adds a real lovely, smart, professional finish to a bag. And also it saves you a job. No strap to make. Turn through, no top stitching. It's ever so easy. My method was 2 methods for neatening the raw edge. You can either fold it back on itself and then sew a box to neaten. But the other thing you can do is you can use either a lighter or a match and just very, very carefully singe the end. It kind of just melts the end. Do be very, very careful when you're doing that, but just lightly run the flame of a lighter just along the very edge, and it will just seal up the edge. Do be very careful when you're doing that, won't you? Let it cool before you touch it. £1.79 for that. Pop it in your stash, you know you'll use it. You can also run some fabric down the centre. Yeah, so like about a ½ inch strip of fabric, well, an inch strip of fabric, fold a 1/4 inch hem at either side, run that down the centre and top stitch. So you've got your fabric down the centre and then a 1/4 inch of strapping showing either side. You can also use it inside a fabric handle just for strength. Now, a couple of other really good staples for bag making. I mentioned the tuck lock buckle. Can I show that? Oh, it's sold out. Toggles? We can do toggles. Super useful. Toggles. These are like a cord lock. Yeah, these are cord locks. Ever so useful. When you use a drawstring in a bag, you want to use a cord lock to secure it. They have like a little spring inside. Now I'll just show you in Bags for Life where I used cord locks, or one of the places. I also used it on the knit and crochet bag, but I used them here for making the produce bags. And I use, this is Roman blind cord, and I use that quite a lot. I also use the toggle in my knit and crochet bag. I'll just show you that as well while we're here. So there, I managed to find a nice jazzy purple one, but black would look very smart, and I used it there as well, just to create the drawstring top. A message from Tracy Stewart. Just want to thank you for explaining projects so well. My niece has special needs and loves to watch you. Please say hello to Ella. Ella! Good morning. Thank you so much. Thank you for emailing in. Here to help. Here to help. It's number one thing I love about live TV. I can ask you a question, you can ask me one, we can have a conversation. I just love it. It's like we're in the room together. We are in the room together, aren't we? You have the option of switching me off, of course. Oh, thanks for that lovely message. Love to you both. D-rings. Yeah, absolute staple. I use these a lot in Bags for Life. These work really, really well, particularly if you use them with a swivel clip. So straight strap or webbing through one side, swivel clip on the other, and then that swivel clip will always go to the centre, so your bag always hangs nice and straight. But really useful, really useful. We've got some calico. We've got this back in stock. Now, dressmaking, fab, make a toile. Use it for lining garments as well. Yeah, but also for lining bags. A nice, light, bright lining is good for a bag because you can see everything inside. Especially if you make sort of big cavernous bags. But also as well, really useful to have for things like, you can use it in patchwork, you can combine it with patchwork fabrics, you can applique onto it. It also works beautifully for making Alison Marion's wrap over apron. You could use that too. Yeah, it all works. £2.79 for a ½ metre. It's back in stock, but check it out while you can. Now then. Lovely. We've got tapestries. Now I had, and forgive me, I've forgotten the name of the person, but a lovely lady sent me a picture. She had made my weekend warrior bag in tapestry. Oh my goodness me, it looked sensational, so cool. We've got 6 different tapestries here, 7 different tapestries in fact, for this hour. I love tapestries. Where do we go first? Well, can we please... Oh, the houndstooth check. This is CZ17. I'm calling that a houndstooth check. Is that a houndstooth check? Okay. Oh, okay. So the official name of this is called Little Glasgow. I think that's stunning. Absolutely. Oh, Glasgow's a fabulous city. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. Such a great vibe. I love the multicoloured nature. I think it's very classy. It's a nice sturdy fabric, but it's still easy to sew. I'm going to show you the reverse, which is like a dark and moody tweed almost, isn't it? It reminds me of Highland heather, tweedy colours. Delish. So again, if you wanted to make a reversible bag with French seams, then you don't need to line, French seam it, simple bag, there you go. It's extra wide fabric as well, for £5.99 for a half metre. It's an absolute bargain, isn't it? And especially if you need quite a lot of fabric for a bag. So for example, like the Weekend Warrior uses a metre of fabric. A metre of this is extra wide. So you'd have enough left over to make a little purse or maybe even a little tote bag. 80% cotton, 20% polyester, 360 GSM. So it's got a little bit more sturdiness to it. So if you're not lining your bag, fine, no problem. It's also really good for home decor. Imagine some gorgeous cushions or seating, you know, like sort of slab cushions on a bench. Now then, can we do this one? This is one that Cara, I think, was using. This is TR86. This is like New Holland, this is called. I think I would call this, I don't know, what's the clown in Italian Commedia dell'arte? It's not Punchinella. Anyway, gorgeous. Gorgeous. I am taking you back to GCSE drama. Love that. Love all those different colours. Love the fact that it almost looks faceted, doesn't it? The fabric almost looks faceted. Absolutely beautiful. Oh. Okay. Oh, Jane. Oh, I was only kidding, but oh, you've made my morning. Hi, Stuart. I've bought you the rainbow webbing. You really are my inspiration, and you should have a gift too. I'll contact you on Facebook so I can say thank you so much. I was only kidding. I mean, I do absolutely. Just want it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Well done if you got that. I got some. Thank you. Harlequin, thank you. Thank you, Kate. That would have bugged me until 3 a.m. when I would have remembered it and leapt up in my bed and shouted, Harlequin. We've all done that. Question from Chris. If it's extra wide, would you still need 1.5 metres like it says in the book? Is this for the Weekend Warrior or... Oh, you're doing the knit and crochet bag, aren't you? Oh, I wouldn't want you to not have enough fabric to do it. I mean, the thing is, if you mix and match, I mean, there are some cotton fabrics in there as well, you're mixing and matching. If you were happy, if you didn't quite have enough to mix and match, maybe put a different fabric on the base of the outer bag or something like that. I don't know, with you know, it's 140 wide, so it's not massively wider, but I'd still go 1.5 metres. I'm going to be absolutely honest with you, because you could make yourself project pouches, you could make a tote bag to go with as well. I would still go 1.5. Can we go the little squares? That's yummy. Little chess, not little chest. I've got a little chest now. It's getting smaller. Oh, that was the thing that stopped me buying lovely shirts. They fitted me everywhere apart from across the chest. It's no good. It's no good. We don't want a shirt that's all tight and pulling at the buttons, do you? Isn't that gorgeous? I mean, I think for quilters, there's instant appeal there, isn't there? Because it's that sort of classic checkerboard patchwork look. I think that would be lovely for a sewing machine cover. Really nice. And that extra sturdy fabric just gives a bit more protection. This is big chess. Big chess and little chess. Just to give you a sense of scale, There's little chess. Yummy. Reversible. £5.99 for a half metre. Oh, hello. Yeah, loving that. Very, very nice indeed. Next one, should we do AG43? This is called Harlequin. This is little Harlequin. Yeah, that's yummy, isn't it? They do look like gemstones. They do look like gemstones. Yeah, lovely. Oh, yeah, Adam, our director today, normally works on Gems TV. Jewellery maker, I beg your pardon. So he's used to jewels. I'm like a little jewel for you today, aren't I, Adam? Shining brightly. Oh, this is a bit different. Oh, I'm liking this one. This is UG28. Oh. This one's called Big Vincent. Big Vincent. Oh, it's a lovely bloke goes down our local. Big Vincent, they call him. Big Vincent. He's a gentle giant, I'm telling you. He wouldn't hurt a fly. He's a gentle giant, that Big Vincent. Love that though. What a smart bag you could make out of that. You definitely want, when you're cutting this out, just to kind of get your pattern just so, wouldn't you? Like an Art Deco window almost, isn't it? Bit Tiffany. I think we're alone now. That Tiffany. No, not that Tiffany. Would work so well with PU, wouldn't it? Mixing that with a bit of the wine PU maybe. Love it. Love it. Last one. This reminds me of clamshell patchwork. Again, all those different colours. You've still got a really cool, interesting backing as well. That is lovely, isn't it? It's almost like, look at that lovely edge to the fabric. You almost don't need to edge it, do you? You could, if you wanted to make a runner, you really could just either bind that edge, or you could just turn a hem, and then have that down the centre of the table, the dining table. Wouldn't that look cool? Really lovely. It's so affordable as well, £5.99 for half a metre. Now we've had a picture from Max's mum. Awesome. Thank you so much for reading it. Oh, I love them. No, come on. Max is 10 and he's knitting his first pair of socks. Max, let me tell you, I was something like 42 before I knitted my first pair of socks. So, respect due. I'm going to ignore that comment, Kat. Oh, she says, I can't imagine being 42. Oh, Max can't. No, I'm sure Max can't imagine being 42. Oh, he's 10 years old. He's knitting his first pair of socks, top down, on an 11-inch circular needle. This is from Michelle, Max's mum. Here's a picture. Well, Max, I am dead proud of you. I am dead proud of you. So, future Max, because you'll be watching this when you're back from school, no doubt, we are all hugely, hugely proud of you. Well done. Amazing. Crafters of the future. Bozel in our form. We have a question. Collector in Kent asks, good morning, Stuart. How do you attach Bozel in our form to the wrong side of cork? 505 spray. We've got it in 500ml cans today, first time ever. Yeah, 505 it. And I would still do exactly the same as I do when I'm making a quilt, and that is to lay my batting, in this case it's 505, down first, lay the cork on top, then flip the cork out of the way, spray the batting, and then flip the cork back down and smooth it down. Flip the other side and okay. In terms of right side, wrong side, it depends within our form whether you've bought a single-sided, fusible, double-sided, or this one, which is sew-in. Okay. Now the sew-in Bozel, there's no right and wrong side. Both sides feel exactly the same. It's very smooth, almost like a sort of velvety finish. No right or wrong side. when you use the single-sided fusible, one of the sides will feel like that. One of the sides will feel very slightly more kind of rough isn't the right, but textured, okay? And you'll see a slight glint to it as well, which is the fusible that's in there. So that's the side that you want to put your fabric to. If you're 505ing fabric to the other side, no problem. Just make sure you haven't got that fusible side down on your ironing board and start ironing, otherwise it will fuse to your ironing board. Your sewing 505, your sewing in our form is by the half metre. It's £10.99 for a half metre. It's 150 centimetres wide. I just want to show you what that looks like. Okay. It's a big piece of bosal. It's a big piece of bosal. It's cut off the bolt for you. So if you want more, if you want a metre, it'll come as one whole piece. A question from Natalie. Morning, Stuart. Please can you show the reverse of the tulip fabric for my mother? Thank you. Have a good day, Nat. Tulips, tulips. Do you have a code? Give me a little bit of context, please. When was it? Was it Little Glasgow? I think it might have been. Was it this one? They do look a little, I think that does look a little bit like tulips, doesn't it? If I pop it like that, I can see tulips in there, or the other way around. I'll show you the reverse. So if I just pop the two, oh, it's hard to choose, isn't it? Which is the nicer side? Very nice. Hope that helps. Was that the one you meant, my love? If it wasn't, just get back in touch and tell me, and I'll find it. I'll find it in the 12 o'clock hour. We need to stop actually because Cara is on her way back into the studio, and we've got some fab new projects from Alison Marion. And we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you in just a few minutes.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Hello lovely sewing friends, it's great to have your company this morning and thank you so much for all the lovely questions and comments in the last hour. Really love to hear from you. It makes our day. We're live, we're interactive for the next 2 hours. Take advantage of us. Take advantage of Cara being here. It's wonderful having you here.
Taking advantage of me?
Absolutely.
I don't mind.
And your knowledge and your understanding, your experience.
Oh.
It's all there. And also, of course, we take advantage of your knowledge and understanding and experience too. We get loads of lovely tips from our viewers. Now, in this hour, we've got a range of different projects. We've got 2 fab projects from the lovely Alison Marion, which I'm going to introduce to you right away. Now, we'll start off with a tote bag panel. Now, if you've already made this is launched on birthday week in March. If you've already made yours, do send in pictures. We love to see what you've made. This is a gorgeous, completely sewing inspired tote bag panel, and it is huge. It is completely exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. Now, this features the classic tomato pin cushion with the little strawberry there. Lots of buttons, lots of thread. We've got coordinating fabric for the lining, and this bag is reversible, so those seam rippers, thread, scissors are all going to pop out on the outside when we reverse it. Then we've got our handles, which are measuring tape. I don't know if they're to scale, but I wouldn't recommend trying to use it. I think you might be. And then we've also, I'm assuming, is this extra fabric over here? Bit of extra fabric. You could create pockets on the inside or the outside of your bags. Plus, of course, full instructions for making the bag are printed on the panel as well. Really good value, isn't it? £19.99 for that. Great size strap, nice and broad, so you can carry heavy things comfortably. And fully reversible too. Ever so stylish. Show off your love of sewing with Alison Marion's tomato pin cushion tote bag. Fabulous, love that. Now, it goes beautifully with the next thing I'm going to show you. Now, Alison Marion is famous, I think it's fair to say, for her Mummy and Me crossback apron pattern, and it's a gorgeous, very wearable apron as a cover-up when if you're working in the house, in the garden, if you're at your sewing class, of course, as well. This time what we've done is put a panel with it. Now, just to let you know, in this bundle you're getting the crossbody apron pattern Mummy and Me, so you get that in kiddies size, 20-inch chest to a 33-inch chest, and then you're also getting the adult size, which goes from a size 10 to a size 20. So if you have a little helper or two, maybe you look after grandchildren or the children help, pop them in an apron. Keep everything clean. And also as well, I just remember when I was a primary school teacher and I worked in a nursery foundation unit, nursery and reception, and an apron for a job. Suddenly the job becomes very exciting. Even if the job is tidying up or washing up in the sink, washing up paintbrushes. And I loved getting the kids involved in that, get the stuff out, put the stuff away too. Get children in the garden. You're getting that, but you're also getting a panel. Let me show you the panel. It's to create that special pocket, the tomato pin cushion pocket, which is brilliant. But also look at all these extras you get, the reels of thread, the buttons, the tape measure that you can use again to either embellish the apron, or you could use them to embellish a bag or a quilt. You might even decide that you want to use the apron pattern and make the apron, but you're going to use this for something else like an applique. Why not? Whole bundle £24.98. Now if you want that panel actually on its own, we can do that today. We've got this panel, it's £9.99, which represents fantastic value for money. I've got it upside down. There we go, that's better. Isn't that fab? And you could absolutely make a wall hanging out of that, couldn't you? What about a wall tidy? Still use the tomato pin cushion as a pocket and create little pockets on the wall. I love that idea. I love that idea. Yeah, it's fab. Absolutely fantastic. Now the apron pattern on its own is also available today. Fab. £14.99 for that. Remember, you're getting child size and adult size. So the kiddie size is 20-inch to a 33-inch chest. The adult size goes from a size 10 up to a size 20. And inside your pattern pack, you've got your full instructions, you've got your full-size paper patterns. You've also, let me just show you, Alison originally designed this as a cookery apron, and you've got your mixing bowl, and you've also got your cracked egg, and you've got those appliques. So this is a decorative pocket as well. So you've got all of these in the pattern. So really good fun. And of course you can make the child's version of that too. Get the kids helping in the kitchen. I mean, that's how my mum started my love affair with cooking. I used to help her in the kitchen, peeling potatoes, stirring things. I was very good at stirring. Spaghetti bolognese.
Very good.
Yes. Yes. Now, if you were watching earlier on, you will have seen our enzyme washed linens. Imagine the apron made in enzyme washed linen. That would be stunning, wouldn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Isn't it? I mean, I think Alison's proved it in this. There's no reason for an apron to look sort of utilitarian. It's all about looking fabulous. Alison always wears one when she's on air. Looks fab. And also, I'll tell you another person who's a big fan of the apron when they're at work, and that's Janet Clare. Janet Clare also wears an apron when she's doing her sewing shows. Love that. Now, the bundle that we've got here is 1.5 meters of Osnaburg. Now, the 1.5 meters will make up to the size 20 in the Alison Marion crossover apron. Now, if you've not used Osnaburg before, it's a sort of like a seeded natural fabric. It's got a little bit of strength and sturdiness to it. It's still nice and soft and flexible, so very, very easy to sew, comfy to wear as well. And you're actually going to use bias binding on the edges of your apron. So I think that makes the apron reversible, am I right?
You can.
You can reverse
definitely
it.
do. And you can also bag it out. So if you wanted to do a different colour fabric on the other side.
Awesome idea.
You can bag it out, so you can have one with a pocket.
Love that.
And one
Osnaburg
without.
really does give you a blank canvas, doesn't it?
Love Osnaburg. Osnaburg is gorgeous for hand stitching as well.
Yeah.
Really, really nice.
So you could add things like embroidery, cross-stitch almost effect on it. That would be lovely. 1.5 meters for £7.49. That's amazing. If you don't want to make the apron, just get the bundle. £7.49 for 1.5 meters. You can also use this for making toiles for dressmaking. Very, very affordable way of making a toile. I think that's even more affordable than the calico, isn't it? Brilliant price, brilliant price. Love that. So, today's demos, Cara's going to be doing the tomato pincushion bag and also how to do the pocket for the apron. Am I right?
Hope so.
Hope so. I'm going to hand over to you now. I've never handed over so fast.
You
the floor is
haven't.
yours.
Do you want me to dance? Right, this is gorgeous. For a beginner, complete beginner, this is absolutely perfect because the pattern's already printed onto the fabric, so you're just cutting the pattern out. I'm doing a slight twist on this one because I know Alison Marion did a fantastic demo on the 28th, on the birthday show.
Yes.
So if you want to have a look at Alison's, because she did a brilliant extra little bag with a zip.
Oh, cool.
As a pocket. I've done a pocket, but I've done a pocket on the inside.
Nice.
So I thought, well, we'll play around with it. So I cut my panels out, and I've also ironed on H640 on the back, just to make a little bit more body to the actual bag.
Lovely.
And then I decided that I fancied one with box bottom. So I've just cut out a little 2-inch square on either side of the bag as well.
So is that a little deviation from the pattern?
Just a little deviation, because normally you would just go straight down and straight across and it would be a flat bag. But if you wanted to have this with a box bottom, the buttons are still going to show and still frame the actual design.
I like that.
It's lovely, and you can play around if you wanted to. You could quilt, you can do hand quilting, you can do machine quilting on the front as well. So you'll prepare your first the outside panels, and then you've got the inside panels. And I love this as well. There's an extra facing of buttons.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, at the top. And then the extra fabric I've just made into a pocket. You can still do it as a reversible bag because you can have that on the outside.
I love a pocket on the outside.
Yeah, I thought that was quite a nice size for, if you've got
little
one
ruler?
of these.
Yeah, little
pop
ruler.
that in there. Lots of different things you can pop in there.
Cara, if someone's never made a bag before, never done a pocket, that simple slip pocket, can you just really quickly talk us through how you would add that pocket?
Yes, so on the panel, you'll cut the pocket out. Say this is the actual, this fabric. You'll cut it out, you'll fold it, and you'll machine down either side and machine across and leave a gap, and then turn it all the way through and pin it on, try and get it centrally placed, and then you'll machine around the edge with the raw edges where your turning point is as
so
well.
That's fully lined then, it's self-lined.
Yes,
lovely.
So it's all lined and everything, so that's
really
really
nice.
straightforward. So the first thing I'm going to do is machine the other part of the facing.
Okay.
Alison suggests a 1 centimetre seam allowance, but 1/4 of an inch is fine. So,
am I right? Is a centimetre? Would that be 3/8 of an inch?
ooh, don't know off the top of my head, but I'm sure it is. But it as long as you're consistent, I think, as long as you're consistent on the full design, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't
really
matter
doesn't
for this,
matter.
does
And
it?
again, for a beginner, it's ideal.
For sure.
Yep. Right. So I'm leaving the stitch length at 2.4. Your machine may be slightly different. And do a reverse stitch. And we'll just whiz over. And it's just lovely because it's just straight stitching. A friend of mine has got a daughter who's really into sewing. And I thought, but she's never followed a pattern. She's never she loves sort of hand sewing.
Yes.
She's not done much machining. And I think she's about 8. And I thought this, with some supervision, this would be an ideal project.
Definitely. Well, any beginner sewer, I'm thinking our multi-skilled operator, Becky, in the studio, her mum's just taken up sewing and is a regular viewer now of Sewing Street. So good morning, Becky's mum, Trudy. Mwah, sending you lots of love. A great first project if you've never tried making a bag before, or even like a first sewing project. Really good project, this.
It really is, because it is just straight stitches. So, you know, there isn't nothing, you haven't got zips or anything like that to sort of, you know, cause any anxiety.
Use the panel this time, cut your own fabrics and make the tote bag out of your own fabrics next time.
You can, and in fact, if you wanted to, you could make 4 bags, because you could use maybe the Osnaburg. So you could buy the Osnaburg and have the back of the bag as the Osnaburg, and maybe Osnaburg for the lining.
For the lining,
And so that's 1, 2, and then you've got 2 others. So you can make 4 bags from one panel, which is fantastic.
Yeah, really good value.
So I've just pressed that open. So I'm just going to, and as I say, it's such a lovely quick project that Alison's done. But I do love her aprons as well. I've not got, and it's not a straightforward apron. It's not just an apron where you tie it at the back.
Right.
I love the fact that it's a wrap over.
Yeah, I need to try making it, or not try, I need to make one. And yeah, because I love the style. Really cool, aren't they?
Really, really nice. And you could play around with fabrics, you know, you don't have to just stick with it. You could have, you know, a jazzy fabric.
Well, I love the binding as well, because if you use the Osnaburg, but then you could use something like Liberty fabric, lovely little Liberty fabric. We've got Liberty fabrics coming up at 12 o'clock actually. You could make your own bias binding. Can you imagine Osnaburg with Liberty floral binding?
Gorgeous.
How beautiful would that be?
Beautiful.
Our director Adam just got very excited about the idea of Liberty binding. I've got a Liberty tie actually, Cara, which just is gorgeous.
Did you make it?
Do you know how much it costs though?
No.
It's £120.
You deserve
it. It was a gift. It was a gift.
How come you knew how much it was?
Well, the price was still on it actually.
Oh, what?
I would. I'd want someone to know what I spent.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I
must have been a very, very special present.
Yeah.
And how many times have you worn it?
A message from Collector who's in Greater London. Hi guys, my granddaughter uses the sewing machine. She started when she was 10. That is superb. That is music to my ears. And I bought her a guard for the sewing machine needle. It's great. I'm intrigued. A guard for the needle. I need to know more. I'm going to research that after the show. What a fab idea.
I mean, my first sort of sewing projects I did at primary school, which you know they don't tend to do now, do they? Unless a teacher is particularly interested. But I can remember, you know, doing that. My mum's had an old Singer sewing machine, a black and gold one, which was lovely.
Hand cranked?
No, it was a knee one.
Oh.
It was really strange. It had this, it had this metal piece that came out from the actual machine. Yeah. And you could sit and just, you're not seeing my knee, but my knee's going like that against this. Right. And that would be your control. I don't know whether it was adapted or what it was.
Did it actually run the machine, the knee going? Yes. How incredible. Yeah. Amazing.
I've still got it in the attic, but I don't know whether it still works. I'm sure it does.
When I was a teacher in Norfolk, when I first started teaching, I used to have 2 lovely volunteers, Elaine and Mary, who used to come to the class once a week, and they used to do an afternoon, and they would take the children in 2s or 3s, and they would do sewing with them, hand sewing with them. Yeah. And do you know, last year I taught a workshop in Norfolk, and Elaine came to the workshop. Oh. And even though, I've got to say, even though we're talking well over 20 years ago, Elaine looked exactly the same. And I mean exactly the same. She said there was no way that she did, but she really did. It was so lovely to see her. But yeah, so, you know, we like to encourage children to sew. We love that. We love that.
Definitely. I volunteered at my daughter's school when it was the millennium, and we wanted to do something to commemorate the millennium. So I used to go in, and we got every single child in the school, even the 4 and 5-year-olds, to make a leaf out of fabric. Oh. So we painted the calico with fabric paints, and the youngsters could do that, and then with help they drew around the shape of a leaf, and then they did some simple stitching on it, and that is still up in the school now.
That's beautiful.
Made
what a
an
lovely
oak
legacy.
tree. Yeah.
Lovely. Jane's got in touch to say, morning Stuart and Cara, can you say hello to Alison Marion for me and hope she'll be back soon? Of course we will, Jane.
Yes, definitely.
Send Alison Marion lots and lots of love. Lots of love. We'll give her a big hug.
Oh,
we'll give her a big
definitely.
hug. Thanks for all your messages, by the way.
So as I say, this comes together so quickly, which is really nice. I don't know how much I'll manage to get done because I'd like to do some of the apron as well.
You're whizzing through. It's great. So you've done your side seams, base seams.
Yes. So I've done.
Do you leave a gap in the lining or?
You would normally, yes,
Yeah.
but today I've decided not to
Okay.
because I'm going to unpick it.
You give that to me, I'll do that for you.
We've
That's
been
me talking to you, love. It's my
Just
fault.
across
Give
the
it here.
bottom,
Give it
please.
here.
Thank you.
A message from Sylv. Sorry, I wasn't asking for that reason at all. Hi all, I made the Alison Marion apron from the Osnaburg and used Stuart's rainbow elements for the binding. Sylvia, liking your
Nice.
style there. Lovely. And a message from Danny who says, I have a 1932 Singer with knee power control.
Oh,
I get
snap.
confused sometimes with the knee lift on a modern machine. That's what I was getting confused.
Yes.
Oh, please take a picture. I
Oh,
need to see that.
yes.
Jan's got in touch too to say, my first sewing machine was a knee operated
Oh,
Singer. I've never
good.
heard of knee operated machines.
Well, there you go.
Amazing. Becky, could I please have a seam ripper? There'd probably be one in the pot down the far end. We were selling one earlier on. I could have that. Yeah, I'll just have that one.
It's because we were chatting.
Now you've put H640 on the back of the outer
I have,
bag, yeah?
yes.
H630 could be a possibility as well.
Yes, definitely.
We sell both.
If you want a really structured bag, then you could use Bosal.
Yeah.
You could use normal interfacing for a softer finish, or
Yeah.
you could just use the fabric.
Absolutely.
Because it's lined, it won't matter too much.
No, not at all.
It depends whether you want to pop, you know, what you can do with this bag is wonderful. You can fold it and pop it in your
sneak past you, my love.
shopping
Let me
bag.
see if I can find a little seam
Oh,
ripper.
I might have one here.
It's like being in a sewing class, isn't it? Do you know, whenever I'm teaching a sewing class,
Yeah.
I've got one. If ever there's unpicking to do, I always volunteer
Do you?
to do it, simply because I always say it's a bit like doing somebody else's ironing. It's interesting and it's a bit of fun, isn't it?
And I
Whereas
think-
doing your own unpicking is just depressing.
I think there's, you don't want to, I used to teach adults, and if ever we needed to unpick anything, I used to volunteer to unpick it.
Yes.
Because I thought there's nothing more soul destroying
Oh,
if
it's
you're
so
learning.
demotivating,
Yes. So, and it is very satisfying.
Oh, to be honest with you, I know this might sound a little strange, but I quite like unpicking.
I like unpicking and picking the threads.
Yes.
The
Oh,
threads
yeah.
out, making it all neat
Yeah.
and tidy.
It is. It's all a bit.
So I'm just sewing down each of the sides. I don't need to leave a gap, obviously, for turning. So there won't be another lot of unpicking. Your famous last words. There won't be another lot of unpicking.
No. Right. Done that for you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Obviously, you might want to just reinforce at the sides.
Yes.
But oh my goodness, I've done that so many times. So many times. I get carried away. I get excited.
Same here.
Yeah, just get excited.
All the instructions are printed onto the panel, which is lovely.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a lovely big piece of fabric that they're printed onto, so you're not
gosh,
likely
yeah.
to lose it.
No, and also, I'm almost be inclined to turn that into a pocket
Oh, yes.
inside.
Yes.
Just because, why not?
Why not?
It's a sewing bag, isn't it? Why not have the
Exactly.
pattern for how you made it in the bag?
Exactly.
Or you
Right.
could make a little, you could even make a little zippy bag, couldn't you?
Definitely.
I'm just thinking, you imagine this, if you if you just did fold it in half and ran a zip through the centre, and you could have it as a little quilted pouch and lined it. That would be a bit of fun, wouldn't it?
It definitely would, yeah.
We don't waste fabric.
No, we
use
don't.
every scrap.
So I'm boxing the bottom. So where I cut a 2-inch square out of the front and the back of the bag, and then I'm just folding the raw edges together, matching the seams in the centre and opening the seam as well. I'd normally use clips, but I don't know where the little box of clips is.
Of clips. I can find you a few clips, no
Thank you.
problem. We'll grab those for you. And this is your little hack on the pattern,
Yes,
isn't it? This
it
isn't on
is.
the instructions.
No.
You've cut a 2-inch square out the bottom.
The bottom, front and back,
Yep.
and also out of the lining. And then I'll just machine across.
Are these going to be okay? They're the quite big ones, but
I'm not sure what, I will, yes, they'll be
what are
fine.
you using it for?
I'll be popping the handles on.
Oh,
at the
these will work
top.
lovely.
So, yes,
These will work fine.
Yeah. So you just machine across there.
There we go.
Super, thank
Oh,
you.
I love the big clips.
They're brilliant,
I've
aren't
got
they?
loads of these. They're
Do
fab.
you use them when
Bag
you're...
making, especially bag
quilting,
making.
really, the
I
bag
don't
making.
use them for quilting. I'll use
Okay.
the smaller ones. I've got the really large, I've got the regular size, and I've got
Yes.
the mini. Have you seen
Have
the mini
you?
ones?
No.
Oh, the mini ones are adorable.
Oh, I bet they are.
There's some regular clips there as well if you prefer
Perfect.
them.
Oh, what a lovely selection.
I've got it all here. This is the benefits of a well-stocked stash.
It
I know I'm
is.
always talking about it, but these things are worth their weight in gold, I think.
They certainly are, and you know, it's when you need it, you think, oh gosh,
Why haven't I got that?
yes.
Sue sent a good message in. I don't pick the threads out after using the unpicker. I use a pencil eraser and rub them away.
Oh, that's
Sue,
a good
genius tip.
Yeah,
Brilliant tip. I love it.
because sometimes it is hard to get all the little bits of thread out, isn't it?
It is. Danny sent in a message, sent a photo of the knee lifting sewing machine to email help@sewingstreet. Danny, can I get you to send it instead, please, to studio@sewingstreet.com, please? And that will come to
we
us
want
here in
to-
the studio.
Yes, that would be nice.
The help
to
will go
see.
to our call centre.
And they'll
but if you send
wonder.
it studio@sewingstreet.com, yeah, they'll look and think, do we sell these? This
What's
is different.
this? I've never seen one of those.
Oh, thank you, Danny, but thank you so much for sending a picture. I'm just fascinated to see what they look like. And also, what a workout your mum must have got while she was sewing.
Definitely. And she did
Yeah.
lots and lots of sewing. So.
Yeah. My mum had a treadle Singer
Yes,
sewing machine.
yes.
And she also had a hand crank.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me.
The last time
Gone dry.
I was up in the loft and we got it down, I said to my husband, oh, I wonder if it will still work. We plugged it in, it still did.
Amazing.
But that was a few years ago. I think it was when we moved, so it was a few
Amazing.
years ago.
But, I mean, the first sewing machines were so completely life-changing, weren't they? Must have been.
Certainly were, I think. And, they were built to last,
Yeah.
weren't they? Like these ones.
Oh,
they're
you
built-
imagine how precious it must have been
Yes.
when you got a sewing machine. If the amount of time that it would save you, and
definitely.
incredible. Can't really imagine it, can you?
No,
now?
not at all. So I've boxed the bottom on the lining as well. I've boxed the bottom on the bag, and the next thing is the handles, and you cut those out of the panel and then fold them. She gives very detailed information about folding them together, and then
Oh, they look ever so smart.
they do. I need to
love
just
that.
do a line of top stitching on that one, if that's okay. If I've got time, have I?
Well, we're at 1/2 so we're halfway through.
Okay. Just make the stitch a little bit longer. I've chosen a contrast colour thread. I've
Lovely.
gone for brown on this one, and the top stitch is 3. The length of the stitch is 3.
Cool.
So we'll just whizzle on there. Sorry, it's a bit noisy, isn't it? There we go. Should have done that earlier. Right, and then you'll mark on the top of your bag, I think it's 9 centimetres.
Okay.
Yes, it is. From the edge. And you want to place your handle.
I thought you were going to use the handle then to measure 9 centimetres.
It is in centimetres.
There you go.
There you go. And you want to extend your handle 2.5 centimetres.
Okay.
And the reason for that is when you've completed the bag, you're going to be doing another line of stitching across. I'll put a pin, I think. Another line of stitching across to secure the handles, because the handles need to be really strong depending on what you're putting in the bag.
Do you top stitch around the top of the bag as well when it's all together? That helps as well, doesn't it? I always think.
So you've got a top stitch and you'll also do another line of stitching. So the secret here is to make sure that your handle's not twisted. And what's lovely on these handles, you've got a darker line on one edge. So as long as it's not twisted, you'll know that you've got that in the right position.
Perfect.
So we'll just pin that on both sides.
Ooh.
And do the same on the other side. And your handle goes into the bag. So we've got 2.5 centimetres approximately. And again, try and make sure that your handles are the same. So that's that way. And then you would normally just baste or tack across the handles to hold them in position. And because we're time sensitive, I'm going to actually skip that little bit, if that's okay.
Yes, of course, of course.
And we want right side of the lining to the right side of the bag. And you would press, as you're going through, you would press all the way through.
Yes.
And then pop your right side of your lining into the bag. And we want to match the side seams. And this is where these clips are perfect.
Yeah. They're an absolute godsend, aren't they, for putting a bag together?
Definitely. And it's like you were selling some PU,
sharing
some PU, and you can't put pins in PU, so these are ideal. Absolutely ideal.
Yeah. Bag makers essential, aren't they, clips?
Yes.
And also just for dressmaking, if you're dressmaking with PU.
Yes.
Or just very, very thick fabrics. I mean, I've bent far too many pins trying to pin through layers that were too thick.
And toy making as well. They're very good. If you've got fur fabric or fleece or something like that, they really are useful.
We just struggle to keep them in stock.
Yes.
We should never run out really, but sometimes we just, you know, it tends to be we'll use them for a particular project and they make sense.
Yeah, they've gone. What I'm going to do is just move that pin, because if I don't move the pin, it's going to be in the way when we stitch. So I'm just going to move that and put it on the outside so that, let's put that down so you can see what I'm doing. So there was a pin to hold the handles in, so you want to match the raw edges as best as you can. Take the pin over, and I'll quickly whiz around here.
Oh,
and
okay,
then
cool. We get a finished bag.
Then I'll prepare, if I can ask you to turn it through.
Yeah, of course I will.
I'll prepare the apron.
Yeah, smashing.
And
so I get to do the big reveal.
You do.
We've got a message coming through from Andrea. Ah, fantastic. Andrea was telling us about getting the guard for the needle. Oh, okay. Ah, it's like a little bar across the front of the needle just to help you find it. This is what the guard looks like. Andrea, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Really clever idea.
So good.
Because look at that. I have a 1926
that
Singer treadle machine, which I
gorgeous?
use all the time. No fancy stitches, but great for a straight stitch, Sandra.
Isn't that
In sunny Glasgow.
beautiful?
Do you know, years ago, a lady brought, thank you for that, it's gorgeous. I was doing a free motion machine quilting class, and a lady brought in a Singer featherweight, electrified one.
Yes.
To do it, and I thought, oh gosh, I've no idea what free motion quilting is going to be like on that. Oh my goodness, all I wanted to do was to buy it off her.
Really?
The quality of the stitch was
Really?
just amazing. It was beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Well, that one looked well loved, didn't
Oh, it's
it?
gorgeous.
Yes.
Absolutely gorgeous. So you're doing that final stitch around. Don't forget, this is the Alison Marion tote bag panel. You get full instructions. You get your lining fabric, your outer fabric, fabric for pockets, handles, the whole shebang. And it's sewing themed, which we love. How cool is that? Take it to quilt shows, take it to sewing club. Keep your next project in while you're working on it. Love the tape measure handles. It's just brill. And of course, full instructions there printed on your panel. It's completely exclusive to us here on Sewing Street. You can't get it anywhere else. It is an exclusive from Alison Marion, just for us, just for you. $19.99. Now then, I have the very, very important job of turning the bag through while Cara gets ready to show us the Alison Marion crossover apron. Absolutely brilliant. Just going to move these out of the way off the desk.
So just take your time when you're doing this. Obviously, I'm sort of rushing it a little bit, but it will give you an idea of what it will look like.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as I say, I would normally just do a long stitch again and just baste the handles in position.
Yes.
To hold them, because you want them to be square.
You do. Now, just need to let you know something rather exciting, everybody. Just a call from management. Look what I've got. You know what's in these bags, don't ya? Yes, mine. These are going to be coming up at the end of the hour. They're not on pre-order. You have to be there. You know what it is? It's the Moda scrap bags. We love them. We love them. End of the hour. Oh, I say, be there or you'll miss out. I'm just going to put mine there. Oh, lovely. Thank you.
Okay.
Fab. Right, I'll do the turning through.
So.
Now, there we go. So you're going to get all of your things through now for the apron, aren't you? Now remember, we're doing a fabulous bundle that features the pattern for the apron. Remember, there's the child sizes and there's also adult sizes as well. You get both. And then also you're getting the panel to create the special tomato pin cushion pocket and all those lovely embellishments that sit around it. Alison Marion, our lovely Alison Marion, designed that exclusively for Sewing Street during our birthday week. And you can get yours. The price for both is $24.98. Now I would just pop in 1.5 meters of Osnaburg to create your apron. We have that bundle. It's incredible value. £7.49 for the Osnaburg to create that, and you can get yours home. Now then, Cara, I have turned that through. Shall I just top stitch that?
You certainly can. Thank
just to
you.
finish off that bag.
Yeah, that's lovely. Right, I just don't know whether you'll be able to see. So here's the pattern, which is huge.
It is a big pattern.
It is, especially when you consider this is placed on the fold. There are different sizes. So you've got the kiddies ones, and the kiddies size, the fold is there. For the adult one, the fold is there.
Understood.
And there's a little star shape there, and that's the pocket placement, because if you make a mark on the adult one, you'll have it on both sides. So that helps you position your applique. So, and the other little hint that Alison made was to actually do all your applique for this particular design before you assemble the shoulder seams.
Oh, okay. So do it on the flat apron and then make it up.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I've done before to save a bit of time is that I've used some Bonder web. So Bonder web is really, really useful. So use some Bonder web and position your top part of your tomato pin cushion on the front.
Okay.
And you want to have it, so I've ironed this, so I've lost my marks, but you want to have this one so that it matches there. Now the bottom pocket I actually lined with interfacing.
Ah, okay.
Not Bonder web, obviously, because if it was Bonder web you wouldn't have space to
your
put your hand in.
pocket.
No, you couldn't get in the pocket. So you want to have it roughly in that position.
Okay.
To make the full amount of the actual tomato pin cushion. And then you can play around with all your pieces. So you'll iron your Bonder web onto the back of the tape measure, and you'll be peeling off the paper off the back.
Now Bonder web's on screen. If you want some Bonder web, it's a piece of Bonder web for $2.99. That would be enough to make this project, wouldn't it?
Definitely, definitely. Even if I had the very narrow one, and I just pieced an extra piece for the top of the pin cushion, so that was fine. You can join
bits together, can't you?
Yeah. And then you want to sort of have a think about where you want your pieces. So, for example, on the picture of the finished item, Alison's actually popped the scissors over the top of the pocket. Okay, so you want to think about layering.
So you could perhaps applique that down first before you put the bottom of the pocket.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
understood.
we've got our unpicker.
Let's have that unpicker nice and handy.
Yeah, but this one won't work. And then the tape measure. So you want to pop your tape measure in position, and what is very, very useful, and I use all the time when I'm doing applique, is an applique mat, if I can find mine. Ah, here it is. I knew I put it out somewhere. This just protects your iron, and it allows the heat to be transferred through the fabric.
Yes, the applique mats are so useful, aren't they?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, we do have that on the show today as well, the applique mat from Hemline.
So you want to also consider, are you going to do your stitching around the outside and make sure that you don't overlap. If you're going to overlap like that, then you want to do your zigzag and everything around the outside first. If you're actually popping the scissors there, then there's still enough space to actually do your zigzag.
Yes.
So that's what I'm going to do.
I usually, if I'm doing sort of multi-layer applique, I'll put like the background, applique that first, lay things on top, applique them next.
What I want to try and do, I'm not sure on this machine, but there are different stitches that you can use.
Oh, do you want to have a little look for you?
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I had a look. Well, I've looked at the zigzags, but also I love buttonhole.
Yeah. Do you want me to do your little blanket stitch?
Yeah, blanket stitch, like a...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we go into mode 1 and stitch 39.
So that's just ironed the ruler, tape measure even, onto the back. And then we're going to...
I think that one will do, yeah.
Yeah, that's lovely. I'll try on a scrap of fabric. I always recommend that.
I can grab you a bit of fabric as well.
Oh, lovely.
Fabric we've got.
I like working
the applique
here.
mat is on screen. It's $6.99. Reusable, of course, and I use them under and over applique.
Yes.
Because I like to protect my ironing board, and then I also like to, put it over the top of applique. And sometimes as well, I'll do. I'll get appliques, and I'll actually, where they're multi-layered, and I'll layer them up on the applique sheet.
Yes.
Just checking that for you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
What do you think? Does that
work?
work?
That's lovely. That's lovely. Thank you.
Okay, great, perfect. Let's try and be useful if I can.
So you can choose threads that will go with your background. So if you wanted to, you could choose a red, you could choose green, or you can choose just one colour to do the whole thing.
I think the style of the designs, actually black or dark brown would look really good, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's why.
And just applique everything in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
So all we're going to do is we're going to do the blanket stitch around the edge here. Okay, and then you can go round the top of the leaf there and all the way round. If there's time, I might do a little bit of free motion as well.
Oh, I say, lovely. Getting it all today.
I'll see how we go time-wise.
Great.
You want your needle to go down into the fabric on the edge of your the edge of the applique piece.
Yeah.
So what I normally do is pop my needle down until I'm 100% happy. You won't be able to see this, but the needle's actually going down into the fabric there. And then that's your line.
Yeah.
I'll just slow that down a bit. And just take your time.
And as well, I think if you're using the regular foot on your sewing machine to do this with, there's usually a slot down the centre,
Yes.
a gap, and if you line that up with the edge of your applique and just keep your eyes on that, it's often where we look, isn't it, that makes us go off. We start looking at the stitching appearing and then we take our eye off the front where we're travelling towards.
The other thing is when you stop, be aware of where your needle is.
Yes.
So if it's on the edge, that's fine, because if you're going to lift your foot up just to get around the curve, then you want to be sure that you're still stitching in that same position.
Yes.
So I'll get up to the leaf.
I
want to try and
absolutely
do
love how
as
the
much.
appliques look on the Osnaburg.
It does. It stands out beautifully, and it's a lovely fabric, you know, to have as a background. You can also use the quilting gloves, the applique gloves, which are good. I've
Got these
mine.
right here.
I find very, very useful for controlling the actual fabric.
Yep. $3.99 for them. They're so easy, quilting gloves, but as Cara said, absolutely brill when you want more control over your fabric to grip it more easily without having to put all that pressure on your fingers or wrists. They have like little grippy dots on them, soft and comfortable.
They're
These are
lovely.
medium to large. If you're wondering about size.
So, if you want to have a closer look, you'll be able to see we've got the blanket stitch going around the outside there, and it's in the brown. And I don't know how close you can get in. Are you able to get in a bit closer? So it just goes around the edge there.
Really like that. Looks great.
It looks really good when it's so I would carry on and go around the leaves. You can even go around on the inside here. You can, before you put your scissors on, you can actually do you know, over the top of the green. That would look really nice in green. So you would do all of that part first, and then you would get your other piece that's that would just sit, and you can see there you've got all the other bits and pieces underneath. We can play around. I'm not going to do all of it because I'd like to show the binding as well. So
you know, on the top edge of the pocket, is that folded over or bound or?
no, it's
No.
not. I will just double check on the instructions. You can actually, because that would fray after a time, wouldn't it? Actually, that would be quite nice. I might just do that as your blanket stitch again.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, yeah.
So
We've
it
had a
matches.
picture. Yeah. From Danielle. Oh, look.
Oh,
Yes, this has got the knee control, hasn't it?
Oh,
You
I
can
can't see
just
that.
see it at the bottom left of the cabinet.
Oh, brilliant.
Really cool. And that is the Jubilee bunting. I recognise that. Nice job. Nice job, Danny. Yeah.
I think it's lovely that things like that have, people are still using them
Yes,
now,
definitely.
which is brilliant.
Got about 5 minutes, Cara.
Okay, so I'm just going to... Oh, I'm causing a nest there. So I'm going to move away from that.
Yeah, sure.
What you can do is either do your blanket stitch across the top, or you can fold it and machine, and that would look lovely as well. You would then decide on the other pieces that you want to put. You may want to put them on the actual base of the pocket, or you may just want to pop them around the outside here. And that's exactly the same. So I've put the bondweb on the back, peeled the bondweb off, and then I use the applique mat and would put those in position. So play around with those. Some of those gorgeous buttons that we've got as well. The little buttons would be really pretty around
we've got
as well.
Some medium buttons, little pack of hemline medium buttons, and there's a lovely little assortment of different colours there. So you could actually sew on some real buttons as well, couldn't you?
Yes, you could.
Like
so you
those.
want to use some of them, all of them. They're lovely little pieces, but they're also cute, or you can use these, as you say, with another little bag or something to match your apron. So that, and then you'll do your buttonhole blanket stitch round the edge, and that holds that in position. That's your pocket.
Got you.
Okay, so the binding is already made, or you can make your own, and it's beautifully narrow binding.
Yeah, and you're using the yellow for this.
Yes.
Canary, in fact.
Have we got different colours?
We have. We've got
Gorgeous.
canary, we've got a sky blue, and then we've also got an ecru. Yeah, now we've got sky blue graphics. £149 for a pack. Now, Cara, how much bias binding do we need for the whole project?
7 metres.
7 metres,
Let me
okay.
just double check.
So in this pack, you're getting 2.5, 2.3. Is it 2.5, 2.5? So you only need 3 packs.
Oh, hold on. No, that's the fabric. 7 metres for an
7
adult.
metres, yeah. So you need 3 packs of binding. So that's the sky blue. Cara's using canary. Canary is there. Again, 3 packs. Use 3 packs. And then ecru, if you want something that's just quite tonal and just blends. Cream. Yeah, cream. Again, 3 packs. Thank you.
Okay, so it's very narrow, which is lovely because it just edges everything. You can make your own or use the ready-made, and this is a really, really good tip that Alison mentioned, to try and do the binding in one fell swoop.
Okay.
You will actually fold the binding and you'll leave an extra bit of fabric. So again, I'm not sure if you can come in to see that. You're not matching the folds completely. You're actually leaving an
so it's
extra.
slightly wider on one side than the other?
It's slightly wider on one side than the other, and that's going to be the back of the fabric when you're stitching it.
The wide bit.
The wider bit. You're going to stitch from the front, and the wider bit is going to be behind, and it means that when you're stitching, you're definitely going to catch the binding in. So I would suggest spending a bit of time and iron that so that it holds, and you know that you've got that extra wide bit at the back. The other thing, before you actually do your binding, you will do your seams at the top, and these are going to be French seams.
Okay.
So you're going to actually put your right sides together, and you will swap. So you'll have that's your front, and you take one of your back pieces and overlap. and pin there and machine that. Do the same with the other piece, like that, and that causes the wrap at the back.
I see, and those are your only 2 seams, aren't they?
Yes, it is.
Amazing.
And then your actual binding is complete. It will go all the way around. You'll just start. There is an area that Alison suggests that you start.
Okay.
And you'll be able to go all the way round. So I just want to show you, I haven't got the right colour thread on there, but at least with the brown you'll be able to see. So we take the raw edge, I'm going to start at the bottom. So I'm going to be machining from the front.
Yeah.
And you'll pop the raw edge of the fabric and then just pin. What you can do is you can, again, Alison went through this in a lot more detail in her show, but you'll leave an extra edge of the binding loose. So when you do come back to the beginning, you can join it.
Just
in a
tuck
certain
it
way.
in or something. Yeah. Fab.
So we'll just start.
That's lovely, isn't it? It's such a fine finish. You could also glue that, couldn't you? You could use a glue stick.
Yes, definitely.
Big fan of the glue stick.
You are a big fan of the glue stick.
Now, while you're sewing that down, Cara,
Yep.
I did promise you earlier on a little treat at the end of the hour, and here it comes. So, our Moda scrap bags design rolls are now on pre-order. So if you jump on, they are available. $17.99 for these. We have a selection. These are our open studio samples. So inside, it's lovely, absolutely gorgeous. You're going to get 227 grams. They will be all Moda fabric. So this one's Halloweeny. I love that. That's gorgeous. Yeah, they do tend to be all sort of one range, don't they? Absolutely fantastic. And they tend to be like where they've cut the seam allowance off, but they're really wide usable pieces of fabric usually. Usually between 24 and 32 strips. Oh gosh, this is lovely. Lots of, I think this is Ladies Legacy. Lots of fabrics from Ladies Legacy in there. Yours will come lovely and neat, of course. This is our open sample here, but absolutely gorgeous. So lots of kind of jelly roll style strips. Oh, yummy. But it's a complete lucky dip. You don't know what you're going to get. You can't sort of pick what you're going to get. But I mean, what a fantastic bargain. $17.99. Back in stock. Now remember, for a Moda design roll, for a jelly roll, you're looking around about $47.99. Now you could get 3 of these bags. You have been. You have been. Well done, you. You know, really get a lot of value. Oh, this one's lovely. This has got all kind of greys and blues and greens. Oh, that's really stylish. They've literally just come back into stock. We were waiting for the phone call, and we've just had the phone call. Oh, I like that one. To say they've gone live, you can have them. Yes, make the announcement. So here we are. Jump straight on. Yeah. Amazing. It's absolutely pouring with rain, isn't it? Claire messaged in earlier on Facebook to say just had to pop out. The only word to describe the weather is persistent. Yes, I hear you. If you're waiting in the queue on the phone lines, be patient, they will answer you. We do have a good quantity of these. If you are able to jump on the web and get them and check it on the website, it's the quickest way. But if you are on the phone lines, do just hang on. People are multi-buying. These are all Moda. You get 227 grams in each bag. They are absolutely fantastic value. They're so much fun as well to see what you're going to get. They've just gone live. Be quick. Yeah, they're lovely for gifting, aren't they? Gorgeous in that little bag, and they feel like a bargain, don't they? Because it's something really exciting, and you know exactly what you would pay for a Moda jelly roll. You're talking nearly £50 now for a Moda jelly roll. This is under £18 for 227 grams of gorgeous all Moda fabrics, and they're not basics ranges or things like that. They all come from designer ranges, and typically they tend to be one designer range, and it will be like that selvage piece. Strips are approximately 36 inches in length. The sizes do vary, but it's all part of the fun, and then working out how you're going to use it. Now, how are you getting on?
So I've just wanted to show you, so that I've just started a part of the binding there. So that's the binding, and that's how it will look, and I would tend to choose a thread that would tone. But because you've done that folding before, you know that your binding on the back is going to be secure.
You know you'll catch it, don't you?
Yes,
Such
definitely.
a good tip.
And then
Did
this
it do a
is
good
the
job,
bag.
miss?
Oh, definitely. So what you do is you top stitch all the way around there, and then you top stitch about 2 centimetres down, and that will help secure. So you do another line of top stitching all the way round, and that will make that nice and secure.
Do you know what I'd be inclined to do, Cara?
What would you be inclined to do?
Just below where the handles are, what
Yeah.
about sewing
Oh, yeah,
a big
button.
chunky button
Yes,
on
definitely.
either side, as again a bit of
Definitely.
extra reinforcement?
Yeah, and then this one's got that lovely pocket on the inside as well. As Stuart said, these are reversible,
Yeah.
so you
Yeah.
can turn this through.
Keep your scrap bags in there.
Yes,
How many
your
are you
Moda
going
ones.
for, folks? How
Oh.
many are you getting? Are you getting 2? Are you getting 3? Oh, I love a bargain. I love a bargain.
There we go. That's
It's
it.
fab.
Okay.
Amazing, amazing work, Cara. You've done 2 full demos in
Well,
that hour,
nearly.
2 projects, and all the fantastic stuff we learned about Korean patchwork.
Korean patchwork was definitely
Amazing.
I love
amazing.
learning new things. So.
Thank you so much. We love learning new things. We love having you on the
Thank
show.
you. Thank you very
It's
much.
been
I
a
love
lovely
being
morning.
here.
Have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you. I can start thinking about it now.
Yeah, yeah.
Start packing.
And then you're back with Bags for Life.
Yes,
You
your
make-
bags for
Yeah.
life, but not with you.
No. What day are you doing that?
24th.
Brilliant. I
of
should
May.
be watching. I should
No.
be watching. I'll be watching.
What's she doing that for?
No, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I won't watch. A quarter of the Moda scrap bags have gone. Quarter of them already have gone. Be really quick, won't you? Don't hang about. Multi-buy, multi-buy. Check out on those, won't you? Now, after the break, more fabulous fabric. We've got some gorgeous Kaffe extra wide. We've got the Moda extra wide backing. It is so beautiful. And also, we've got some fabulous Liberty fabrics. I will see you after the break.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
For my next trick, I'm going to juggle with them. 1 potato, 2 potato, hot potatoes. My goodness me. My goodness me, these are the hot item. The Moda scrap bags have just come into stock. About 5 minutes before the end of the last show, I was finally given the okay to announce that we'd got Moda scrap bags. They're $17.99. You get 227 grams of gorgeous Moda fabric. They are packaged by Moda. They will not look like that. They tend to go in like a roll. It's almost, they look a little bit like a jelly roll, but we didn't even get them from the warehouse. We wanted to get them straight out there so you could get your hands on them. Absolutely fabulous. And they tend to be one range of fabric, but you know, contents do vary and we never know what we're going to get, but that's half the fun. You're paying about 1/3 of the price of a Moda jelly roll. You're getting so many different strips of fabric in your strip roll. It's all kind of bundled up together, and typically when Moda are creating charm packs, layer cakes and jelly rolls, you never get the selvage on them, do you? So what do they do with that piece of fabric that they cut off? They put them in scrap bags. But I mean, I'd use that in a heartbeat. Look at all this lovely fabric that you're getting. And the widths vary, but they're very, very usable pieces of fabric. Absolutely brilliant. What about making some lovely scrap projects? You know I love a scrap project. You can sew the strips together to create larger pieces of fabric, make bags, all sorts of stuff, all sorts of stuff. It's just brilliant. Everything is Moda. It's all designer ranges. They don't do these with their basics ranges. So you'll get different designer fabrics. Absolutely beautiful. They are in stock, but over 1/3 of the stock has already sold. And I announced this about 15 minutes ago, if that. And over 1/3 of the stock has gone. We've got big stocks, but just to put it into context, a third of the stock has already gone, so then we're not going to have them beyond today, are we? I don't think. If you've been out in that rain, come inside, love. Get yourself toweled down, get yourself cosy, and let's have the last hour together. Oh, it's not a nice day to go out. What a lovely surprise, actually, when these arrive. I mean, I love to know what I've ordered, but I also do love a surprise as well. And, you know, I've said this many times, I love all the fabric. So there really isn't anything that could arrive that I would be like, I don't want that. And also, because you're getting, like, typically you'll get the vast majority, if not all, will come from one range of fabric. This one's a fabulous Halloween theme. Love that. But I mean, look, like that black polka dot, I'd use that a gazillion times. We've got a few of those bits. We've got some bats, little pumpkins, we've got skulls, we've got an orange polka dot, little cats, all sorts. That's beautiful. If you want something to help you find your sojo again, I think an unknown sort of, you know, a surprise project can really help to reinvigorate you. And you might be thinking, I will make that and I will gift that. I'm going to make a charity quilt. It's certainly affordable enough, isn't it? It's $17.99 for all that fabric. If you like making Linus quilts, or you're making quilts to send to the Ukraine to help people who are displaced right now, great way of doing it. A message from Nick. Just ordered one as a pre-birthday gift for myself for a treat. Oh, Nick, happy birthday. How pre-birthday are we talking? Is your birthday next week or is it next January? I wouldn't blame you either way. You've got to get these things while you can, haven't you? I'm a big fan of the pre-birthday treat. I think I might be ready for a pre-birthday treat. Well, do you know what? Whenever it's like Christmas shopping, I always start by buying myself a gift, just to get myself in the mood. Yeah, I do that too. Kat was just saying that she buys a gift for someone else and then thinks, oh, actually, that's too nice. I want that. I'm having that. Half the stock of the Moda scrap bags have now, God, there are more in baskets than we've actually got available. Half of the stock has already been allocated. You've checked out. It's on its way to you as we speak. Half the stock is still left, but we are completely over allocated. It's all about now who's quickest to check out their basket. If you're quicker, you'll get your scrap bags. If you're slower, you may not. So I would urge you, check out. Now, if you see anything that says sold out on the website, phone the call centre. It's free. They are still available for sure. Love that one. Oh, lovely. Just gorgeous. I'm trying to tidy them up. Can you tell? You get ever such a lot of fabric in these scrap bags, and it's really usable stuff as well. Like I say, you could either use it, I mean, there's absolutely no reason why you shouldn't use these and trim them down to, you know, make your half square triangles, squares, rectangles. You can cut appliques out of them. You could use them in bag making. No problem at all. Use them in your bag making. String piece them together. So I do this when I've got thinner strips. I will sew them together, press the seams neatly, and then treat this new fabric. However, I cut out the side of my bag, maybe piece diagonally. You can sew them onto a foundation of Osnaburg or calico, and then cut that out and create bags and other projects from them. So versatile. Just remember, don't miss out. I don't want you to miss out on this. Check out your basket. Oh, imagine if that was your basket. Whoa. Let me dive in. It's so exciting, isn't it? I love them. Keep going through on those. Keep checking out your baskets. There is still availability, but basically everything at the moment that we've got and more is in shopping baskets. So it's all about who checks out first. If you're on the phone lines, do please hang on. Now then, talking of Moda, I've been so excited to show you this. I was denied it in the first hour and I've been made to wait till now. But these are brand new extra wide backings from Moda. And oh my goodness. I want to just show you, let me flip that around because it's upside down. Let me just start. This absolutely exquisite fabric. It's absolutely exquisite. The design is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. The price is incredible. It's £10.99 per half metre, and this is extra wide. This is 108 inches wide. This is called American Blue. Absolutely stunning. It almost looks like a copper plate print. Now, I can't even begin to describe the quality of this. It's like a lightweight sateen finish. It's got a slight sheen. You can slightly see that, can't you? I think if this was used for dressmaking, shift dresses, a beautiful top, what about a dressing gown or nightwear? You could make the most gorgeous pair of pajamas or a kimono style dressing gown. Palazzo pants would be amazing. It's silky. It is just stunning. But then it's 100% cotton. It's 100% cotton. And this is quilt backing, 108 inches wide. Now, just to give you a context of just how wide this is, and this is even wider than some of the backings that we have, which are 104. This is 108. So this is, just going on screen. Look at that. Becky's hiding behind the fabric, which is fine, even though she had her hair done yesterday, and it looks fabulous. Thank you. I was getting a little look then. Oh, nearly. I think that's gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. £10.99 for a half metre. Stunning. What about mixing that with your quilt weight fabrics? Use it as a lining for a coat or a jacket as well. Certainly for the backing of a quilt. £10.99. £10.99. Now, standard width, Moda fabric, £7.49. Okay, minimum. So you're paying £3.50 more for 2.5 times that width, if that makes sense. You'd have to sew together 2.5 widths of standard width fabric in order to get 108 wide. The value is incredible, absolutely incredible. But also, I think this would be so amazing for dressmaking as well. And of course, because it's 108 inches wide, I mean, normally a dressmaking pattern would expect up to maybe 55-inch wide fabric. This is almost double that. Can you imagine the back of a waistcoat made deep blue tweed or a wool, Melton, something like that? What about making a matching tie? Beautiful. It's just stunning, absolutely stunning. Kimono dressing gown, beautiful. You need to get that home and feel it. It's absolutely incredible. Yeah, I'm thinking night dress, or, you know, like pajama bottoms and a top, lovely dressing gown. Stunning. There is actually a pajama set in the modern wardrobe, the Great British Sewing Bee book. Would work so well. It would work so well. Now, this next colour is my personal favourite. This is NB12. This is my favourite. Isn't that gorgeous? This is sky. So you've got that sky blue, and then you've got that blue. I think this would work so well. If you love Christopher Wilson Tate and his ranges of fabric, this would go perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. Oh, it's yummy. Yeah, we're in that sort of flurry, aren't we, of extra wide backings. We've had a bit of a slew in recently, but this has blown me away. It's gorgeous. Yeah, it is. It's that sort of fine bone china look, isn't it? Country house interior. Absolutely stunning. The blue there in the background, it's like I would call it a duck egg blue. Got slight turquoise hint to it, and then just so detailed. I mean, the detail in the print on that floral is incredible. Let me just turn it around the right way. The detail in that print is incredible. It is so fine, and to me it looks like, with a copper engraved printing. Do you know the kind of thing I mean? Like toile de joie print, that copper engraving. Absolutely beautiful. Well, I just love the history of textiles, and the legacy that we've got from that is those things can be reproduced with modern print methods on modern fabrics. It's amazing, isn't it? Amazing. Excuse me. Now, if you wanted to make the most luxurious whole cloth quilt or a duvet cover and pillowcases, I know that silk pillowcases have become very, very popular, haven't they? For hair and skin and all sorts. Yeah, eye-wateringly expensive. I'm thinking that you could create a duvet cover and matching pillowcases for a fraction of the cost of buying a quality duvet cover and pillowcases. Collector in Merseyside has asked, does this have a sheen to it? It looks amazing. It has like really, really good fine silk. That sort of soft sheen, Kate. It's that kind of soft sheen. So it's not shiny, it just has that sort of luster. It's a luster, I think, is what I would say. You almost feel the luster rather than see it, but it's there. Stunning, absolutely stunning. And brand new today. And I'll be honest, I think we probably weren't supposed to have this today. But we saw it and we said, get it on the hour. Get it on the hour. I can't let John Scott have everything now, can I? How would that be? Oh, and I get to see John on Monday. Yes, Laurel and Hardy are working together again. They've been reformed, the Chuckle Brothers. Oh, love my shows with John, so much fun. Now then, this is absolutely classic, isn't it? Can you imagine that as bedding? Just completely beautiful. It's Three Sisters, by the way, this range. It's Three Sisters from Moda. Absolutely beautiful, absolutely stunning. And again, you really get that sense of the fine country house interiors, don't you, with this? Oh, yes. You could combine this, if you did do a duvet cover and pillowcases, you could combine something like a soft knitted throw would be lovely, like a cable knit throw in like this sort of slightly slaty blue. Beautiful. What about doing a reversible duvet cover? Thank you, Adam. Gorgeous suggestion, that. Two-sided, or pillowcases where the main pillowcase is in this and then just a strip at the end. Adam, you're definitely coming back. I insist. I insist. Half the stock of that navy now has been checked out. It's gone. Make sure you get yours, won't you, while we've still got it in stock. That is stunning. Now, the last colourway that we've got, I think, is potentially the most versatile. And certainly for all those different applications, dressmaking, home decor, this is going to be incredibly popular. A quarter of the stock of this has already gone. This is, but also a beautiful long night dress with a matching long length robe. Don't you think a long length robe in that is just glorious? This has got my mum written all over it. I might have to buy some of this and make mum a night dress and a dressing gown. Beautiful. My mum just loves these kind of, it's lovely and light and silky soft. It is just beautiful. Now, if you wanted to make a summer weight quilt, okay, you still want a quilt on the bed, I would get this, either one side or both sides, and I would urge you to look for a silk batting. We don't do them here on Sewing Street, but I'm going to mention it anyway because they are beautiful, and it is so soft and gossamer light. If you want a really light quilt for your bed, and this is just, you've got to feel it. It is so beautiful. It is so beautiful. 100% cotton, £10.99 for a half metre. And you could absolutely make some gorgeous quilted cushions or pillows of this with this too. And I would layer this with a batting. And I actually, for a cushion, I'm just going to grab. Have we got some H640 still out, please? Have we got any of the H640? I'm just going to quickly nip and see. I've got it right here. I just want to show it you underneath. And what I would do, so for a cushion, I would just pop H640 underneath and then layer it. And even if you don't quilt it, and what that will do, because H640 is that bright white, it will absolutely make that print pop. It will make the background almost glow. Isn't that beautiful? It's somewhere between a grey and well, it's almost a puce, isn't it? It's almost a puce. It's almost got lilac tones in there. Oh, lovely message from Lucy. Morning. Just wanted to say how much I love to watch Stuart. You always make me giggle. You're looking so well. Thank you very much. Great demos this morning. Hope your mum's okay. Lots of love, Lucy. Oh, thank you so much, Lucy. It's really kind of you. Thank you, everyone who's messaged it. We just love being here. And I know my mum is watching all day, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Yes, and I should be very intrigued to see just how many of the nurses and doctors she's managed to convert to Sewing Street. If they're not my biggest fans, my mum will have something to say about it, believe me. Okay, now we've had a question from Collector in Merseyside. I'm sold on the word lustre. Can I see the sky blue with the blue and white, please? Of course you can. Let me pop that to one side. The sky blue and the blue and white. So sky blue is the main graphic. So I'm just going to pop that out there like that. Oh. That is, I know, it's just beautiful, isn't it? The drape is incredible on this fabric. I'm going to, in a second, when I've shown you this, I'm just going to show you the drape as well. Oh, that is so fresh looking, isn't it? That is stunning. And again, I'm totally seeing where you're going with this. Imagine a duvet where the lower half was this and then there was a wide, maybe an 8-inch band across the top of the duvet. I'd put like a little bit of covered piping down in between the join. Yeah, a deeper blue would be absolutely gorgeous. You could use lining fabric for that. You could use a cotton for that. It would be fine. Maybe some covered buttons. You want the tuck. You want the tuck in the pillowcase as well. Do you know, my very first book, So Fabulous, I wanted to include proper pillowcases with the proper tuck, like the ones you buy. Oh my goodness, it made my head feel like it was going to explode, trying to work out how it got folded and refolded to sew together, to work it out. It really, I don't have a very logical brain, funnily enough. You might have worked that out for yourself already. I'm not, yeah. I can't follow maps, I can't find my own way, and so that sort of spatial awareness in me is not well developed. Anyway, I did work it out in the end. I think I had to actually deconstruct a pillowcase. I think it was Sheridan as well. It hurt. Because Sheridan pillowcases, I think, are about £25 each. So you think, if you make rather your own bedding out of this, you've got to compare like with like. I know you can get a polycotton duvet cover for a tenner, you know, but this is absolute beautiful quality. Now I just want to show you what the drape is like on this. If you're look at that. If you're thinking about dressmaking and what you might do, isn't that beautiful? So now I'm thinking, well, I just heard someone mention Greek god and I was just in the moment. What about wedding? I'm thinking wedding outfit now. I'm thinking ruched shawl collar, fitted dress, cowl neck, yeah, absolutely gorgeous, with a matching wrap, navy shoes, big hat, or possibly big disc, feathers. Are you there? Are you there? My husband's a millinery designer and has a millinery company, so I'm into the hats as well. A message from Laura. Hello, lovely Stuart. Thank you for your knowledge and for helping me to buy even more fabric. You're welcome. Love, lol, you're an absolute medicine on a grey day. Thank you, my love. Thank you. Well, if you can, stay in with us, enjoy the last few minutes together. That's what we're here for. A message from Nora, who says, good afternoon, Stuart. I hope that your beloved mum gets back on her feet soon. I've just finished my 12th sock of Stripe Up Your Life. Nora, colours of the world. Nora, I love you. Thank you for that message. That's amazing, incredible work. You'll almost have a pair for every day of the week. Absolutely brilliant. And thank you for your lovely comments for mum as well. I got to be honest with you. My mum was on her feet the day after the physio had her up with a frame, standing up, sitting down. When I went to see her last, we had her physio exercises, and we were doing them together. So I was up, 1, 2, down, 1, 2, off we go, marching on the spot in our chairs, you know, straight back on it. I tell you, you can't keep a good woman down, and my mum's a good woman. We'll pass on all those messages, don't you worry. Now, Tim Holt's Worn Croc. It's been a little while since we've seen this, and it was in the old studio. I didn't think we'd get it back in either. It was the 16th of January, wasn't it? Right at the start of the year. And I instantly fell in love with these fabrics. I love the amazing texture that you can see, but it's completely smooth cotton fabric. But the texture is incredible. That's down to the quality of the print and the design. We had the full collection of 8 fabrics when we launched it, but very, very quickly, that day, I'm sure, we had sold out of many of the colours. This is the first time that we've had the full 8 colours in Worn Croc back in stock. So feel very happy about that. Now, at the time, I remember I made a bag. I used those 2 fabrics and it was a simple bag with a zip across the top, basically a big zippy bag, but I put a flap on it as well, and it just looked so smart in those fabrics. You'd have never have believed that it was a quilt weight cotton because it looked so textural. We've got that full collection. The names are fabulous as well. Do we have the names? We've got them all by the half metre as well. We've got a bundle, $59.99. Now, Tim's a fabulous designer, and if you're a paper crafter, you might know who Tim Holtz's very well. He plays an integral part in the development and design of cutting-edge crafting products, reflecting his unique vintage style and inspiration for the creative journey. In a world where the moments of our lives can be captured and created in art of the everyday, it's important it reflects our own unique personality. Remember, life isn't about finding yourself, life's about creating yourself. Tim, I love it. And he's such a lovely guy. He's so charismatic. The difficult thing is getting anywhere near him because everybody wants to chat with Tim. He's just terrific. Yeah, he's just lovely. A bit more of a slide here. Tim Holtz's Eclectic Elements Worn Crock collection is ideal for adding a textural touch to the background of a quilt or stepping in as a near solid, offering a truly interesting point of relief. These richly coloured fabrics with a reptilian aura, love it, create a masculine feel amongst Tim's vintage stylings, unique enough to be used on their own or the perfect complement to his other designs. And I think absolutely superb for bag making. And we have been talking a lot about bag making today. Work really well and just elevate whatever you make. Would work beautifully with cork, would look beautifully with PU as well. Can you imagine some of these with maybe that wine PU or the elephant grey? Yeah, the gold. Oh, the gold. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Now all of these are available by the ½ metre too. We've only got 15 of the bundle, by the way. It's flying out the door. Be quick, won't you? Shall we start with this one? It's CQ87. This is Everglades. Everglades. They've all got a bit of a kind of bayou, deep south of America feel to them in terms of the names. So this is called Everglade. Now our next green, this is WJ97. This is more of that kind of, this is called Bayou. This is called Bayou. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. It's that earthy green. $7.99 for a ½ metre. Now this next one, I can never decide whether this is brown or black. ZE01. Yeah, it's called Nightfall, which suggests it's a black, but it's got that almost sort of really deep brown. You could mix it with other, I mean, if I put brown next to it, it doesn't look brown. But if I take it away, I think it could. So it depends when you need a blackish brown. Let's do that brown next, KA65. Beautiful. That's called Hickory. Now next up, this is kind of a honey brown. Delish, that one. This is CD80. Murky. Murky. I love that name. I love that name. Christine's got in touch to say, hi, gorgeous, yay. Saw this fabric used in a patchwork quilt recently and was desperate to find it. Christine, I think it was, we had it on air, didn't we? I think Wendy Orlando did it, and it was really gorgeous, kind of interwoven strips. It looked really cool, didn't it? It was very kind of panelled walls and a lit fire and just cosy and warm. It was beautiful. I didn't think we'd ever get this back in by the ½ metre, but indeed we have. It's right here, right now. Now then, let me show you this next one. This is the lovely deep burgundy HM54. Isn't that rich? What's that one called? Wild Berry. Now then, let me just show you this, which I think you might rather like. Hello. Now, yeah. Now this is the wine PU. This is the wine PU. Isn't that gorgeous together? Absolutely stunning. All the bags. Yes, Georgia. They really do. I beg your pardon, Georgina, they really do go well together. Beautiful. This picks up that dark. The thing is, Georgina, because there are so many different tones in each fabric, you're going to find it much easier to find a PU or a canvas or something that's going to blend with any of these fabrics because they're multi-tonal. But that's a delicious combination. Do it. Oh, lovely. Now then, what about this for a brilliant blue? That is absolutely gorgeous. That's called Moonlit. And that is inky and intense, isn't it? That's like if you've ever sort of dropped really concentrated ink into water and you've watched that swirl through. It is almost that sort of effect, isn't it? Gorgeous. And then a super useful neutral there. This is called Pebble. Thank you, Pebble. You're welcome, Pebble. Fabulous. Oh, do you know, I'm so grateful for all the messages you've sent in today and questions too. Makes us all feel useful. Thank you. Got both of them. They look fantastic. Are we talking? Very nice. Very nice. They do look gorgeous together. I was thinking bright pink piping, as you said, navy. Lots to magpie from today. Yeah, absolutely. No, you know what? Bright pink. Very nice. A message from Wendy. Hi, lovely Stuart. Great show. Lovely fabrics. Love and hugs to Mum. Thank you so much. Thank you. Another message, gosh, so many messages today from Catherine today, who says, hi Stuart, I just bought the duck egg to make matching nightdress and dressing gown for when I have my kidney op. Should help me recover. Oh, Catherine, sending all the love to you for that, and I agree with you, that's going to help you feel better. Hi Stuart, great shows today as usual. Bought more PU and floral porcelain, the lightest colour. You are still giving so much inspiration and ideas. Thank you, Susan, it's what I'm here for. But being around all this wonderful fabric and these wonderful notions and the people that I get to meet and work with is so inspiring, isn't it? I love it. Don't forget that warm croc fabric bundle that we've got is sliding into the bayou. It's slipping away. All of these fabrics are Free Spirit. Tim Holtz works with Free Spirit on all his fabrics. They are absolutely gorgeous. Talking of gorgeous. He's a handsome chap though, isn't he? Ah, he's lovely. And if you want to see what his personal style is as well, follow him on Instagram. You'll see his collection of vintage, well, I can only call it paraphernalia and eccentricities and curios. I mean, I would love to have a route around his house because I think I'd probably need a month. It is incredible. And you see where he gets his inspiration from. Very, very limited on this bundle now. So if you fancy worn croc, just a brilliant, well, brilliant on their own, I think as Tim says, brilliant on their own, work beautifully, stand up very strongly on their own, but also blend so brilliantly with so many other fabrics. You are making a saving here as well, by the way. Yeah. Proper full price should be about £64 for that, so you are making a saving. Remember, available by the half metre, 2 each one, £7.99 per half metre. And if you're thinking about making a bag, then you're looking at between a half metre and a metre for a larger bag is the sort of amounts you're looking for the outer. A message from Joanne, from Joe. Can you give me a bit of info about the Highland cow picture behind you? Many thanks, Joe. Ah, you mean this one? It's pretty amazing, isn't it? We found it on the website for you. It's from Delphine Brooks, our wonderful Delphine. Now, if you go under Delphine Brooks Kits on our website, you'll be able to find that. It's a cut and stick, so you'll need some bond web. It's a cut and stick project. There aren't instructions, but it's a kind of do what you like. When was that live on air, please? Oh, now I'm asking. Now I'm asking. We'll find out, But there'll be a demo that goes with, but very much use it as a source of inspiration. And then it's lots and lots of machine stitching on top to create texture, to create tone. 28th of February, the first day of the birthday. What a way to kick the birthday off. It is sensational, isn't it? If you saw that in a gallery, what would you think? 750? Yeah, amazing. It's incredible. Now then, Moda Midnight Magic. We're getting ahead here. We're getting ahead. Thinking about autumn, particularly Halloween. Midnight Magic 2 from April Rosenthal. Absolutely gorgeous range this. This is the 10-inch charm. It's $47.99. I'm just going to do a little bit of a flick. I love the colours. You've got that fabulous pumpkin orange. Love those little cats. Gorgeous floral. Yeah. Oh, is this our open sample? Can I take the... Yeah, it looks like it's been manhandled. It certainly will do when I've finished with it. Right, that's better, isn't it? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Quick tour of the fabrics. Love them kiddies. Oh, yummy. Shirt in that, please. Candy corn. Candy corn. Oh, little skull and bones. Love that. Great gingham. Love a gingham. We're going to do a little bit special here. A little bit of something special. Oh, Phases of the Moon. I love that. I love that. Wouldn't that be gorgeous for like a blouse or a top? Yeah, really nice. Love that little black star print. Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. Lots of these are non-Halloween. That is exquisite. Absolutely loving that. Do you know, I did a hexagon quilt with Halloween fabrics about 5 years ago, and it is my one and only UFO. I still haven't layered and quilted it. I'm going to do that because I've got spare time. Love these greys. Love these greys. That Phases of the Moon print is fab. Oh, that's gorgeous. Really fun. So again, like for a Halloweeny quilt, do something simple. You know, squares, 9-patch, rail fence, maybe applique big circles onto a background. Keep it simple. We're not going to do this for $47.99 today. We're going to drop the price. We're going to take £10 off, give it straight back to you and make it $37.99. If you've already checked out your basket, those of you that have, your order will be updated. You're only going to pay $37.99. Fabulous, fabulous. There you go. You'd barely known I'd touched it. We've also got the 5-inch charm pack. Now this would be ideal for something like a table runner, some placemats, maybe some trick-or-treat bags, or you could pick out the non-Halloweeny fabrics out of this and create a very nice few little like cushions. So exactly the same prints as before, just placed in a bit of a different order, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. In that charm pack, you get 42 5-inch squares. Very good value for $14.99. Yep. Give that collection a go. Lots of you got that in your baskets. It's sophisticated, isn't it? I love that sort of almost brocadey look to some of the fabrics. Let's do Liberty. Let's do Liberty. Yeah. Liberty Riviera collection. It's only just launched and we're already down to our last few little bits. Is this all by the half metre or are these bundles? Okay. Okay, cool. So can we start off with Beach Huts? ZI69. I love that vintage colourway. That's got a real vintagey vibe, hasn't it? Gorgeous. Yeah, is this their vintage colourway? Isn't that lovely? Little beach houses. Reminds me of Southwold. Not the French Riviera, but very charming, very lovely. Oh, beach huts can be phenomenally expensive, can't they? Phenomenally expensive. £40,000 more. Well, probably more like £100,000 depending on where you buy them. I'll take mine on fabric, thanks. Yeah, £7.49. I can do that. Yeah, 100,000? No. No. This is the Brights. We've only got 2.5 metres. I think, obviously, beach bag, gorgeous. Sunglass cases with the leftovers. What about some little cushions for the garden? That would be cute. Have you still got your at-home bar in the garden? Yeah, yeah, yeah. What about making some fresh cushions for that? What about making beer mats? I'm joking, I'm joking. Don't make beer mats. Go on, do a bit. Do you remember people used to collect beer mats? Used to love them. You don't really see them in pubs anymore, do you? Ah, where should we go to next? Can we go with this little floral? This is beautiful. DK31. This is a gorgeous vintage colourway, isn't it? Summer Meadow, that's called. Real classic Liberty. Little girl's dress with smocking, shirring. Yeah, shirring elastic topped summer dress, little spaghetti straps. We were talking shirring, weren't we, earlier on? Yeah, really lovely. But also as well, what about the collar and cuffs on a man's shirt? The inside collar and cuffs on a man's shirt. Very nice. A tie for a wedding would be very lovely. Little pocket square to match. Also, what about lining a bag or lining a jacket? I would put Liberty in a lining because, you know, for a blazer or a jacket, that is something really special, and the lining is really important. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've bought a blazer based on the lining. I'm just agreeing now with Adam, our director. He said, you know, he's bought a blazer based on the lining. I did too. I worked for a wedding, and the lining was kind of gorgeous pink flamingos. Yes. Yes, really, on quite a sort of, you know, conservative, not that conservative, jacket. But yeah, I bought it because I loved the lining. Right, different colourway, J-O, well, this one starts with Joy, so I think that says it all. Joy 91. You didn't have to say it. Oh, that's a pretty colourway again, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. Again, I'm just thinking little summer dresses or a little summer shirt. Just lovely. Hairbands, scrunchies even. Yeah, just some hair scrunchies with the scraps. Use them. Don't let them linger in a cupboard or a drawer. I always say fabric's got a destiny, and I love piles of fabric and giving it a stroke and having a look and all that. But ultimately, fabric's destiny is to become something else. You've got to use it. This last colourway I think is my favourite. This is IJ86. It's just summery, joyful. It oozes liberty, doesn't it? It just says liberty. Now, on the Liberty website, this is £16.95 per metre, okay, on the Liberty website. Here, £7.49 for a half metre. So we're under £15 for a metre. I mean, a trip to Liberty is lovely, but it always makes my eyes water. And, excuse me, and I start by thinking, I'm going to buy this, this and this, and then I work out how much it will cost, and I think, no, I think I'll just buy this. Oh, I hate having to make choices. Very, very pretty, very pretty. Sally Ann Harrison, I'm thinking your lovely hairband in that. Oh, just found something on the Liberty website. Check this out. Check this out. It's a tote bag. It's a tote bag, and it costs £45. I think you could make that at home, couldn't you? I think you could make that. I think you could make that with a half metre of fabric, which will cost you £7.99? £7.49. And I'm thinking you could line it with Just a solid. In fact, I think calico or Osnaburg would go very nicely. It's got that kind of vintagey feel. Really nice. We need to do the menu for tomorrow. I'm back. There's more. We've got Fiona Hesford coming in tomorrow, excited. 8 a.m, fabulous fabric. Well, aren't they all? At 9 a.m, So Girl, Agnes top, it's brand new. Agnes top and dress with Fiona Hesford. Really excited about that. At 10 a.m, tools and lighting. We never underestimate the power of good tools, good lighting. It can really be make or break. 11 a.m, Fiona's back with the So Girl Hoxton tote bag made with African wax print. It is divine. And at 12 o'clock, dressmaking fabrics and tools. Folks, I've had the most wonderful morning with you. I hope you've had an enjoyable morning too. Thank you for getting in touch and making it all feel so lively. I'm having dinner with Pauline Wheeler tonight, so who knows what I'm going to look like tomorrow. Tune in to see. I'll see you then. Take care of yourselves and each other. And if you're sewing, if you're staying in and staying out of the rain, enjoy everything you do, won't you? Do it with joy. I will see you tomorrow, bright and early.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.